Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man's Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I was 24 when my boyfriend and I decided to backpack through South America. We'd been planning it for months, saving every penny from our jobs back in Denver. La Paz wasn't supposed to be more than a quick stop on our way to Machu Picchu, but we found this apartment in the historic district that was dirt cheap, and honestly, we needed to stretch our budget as far as it would go. The place was old, I mean really old. The landlord, this elderly Bolivian man who barely spoke English, kept mentioning it was from the colonial period, but we didn't think much of it at the time. The adobe walls were probably 3 feet thick, and the wooden floors creaked with every single step you took. It was the kind of building where you could feel the weight of history pressing down on you, but in a charming way, you know. At least that's what I thought initially. La Paz sits at over 12,000 feet above sea level, and neither of us had ever been that high up before. The altitude hit us hard from day one. Constant headaches, this crushing fatigue that made even walking up a flight of stairs feel like running a marathon, and this weird dizzy feeling that never really went away. My boyfriend kept joking that we were literally getting high just by breathing, but it wasn't funny when you're trying to sleep and your heart is racing like you just drank 10 cups of coffee. We'd been there for about 4 days, and I thought I was finally adjusting. The headaches were less intense, and I could actually eat without feeling nauseous. Our apartment was on the 3rd floor of this narrow building, and our bedroom faced an inner courtyard that never seemed to get any sunlight. Even during the day, it felt dim and cold in there. The night it happened was a Tuesday, I think. We'd spent the day walking around the witch market, looking at all these bizarre dried llama fetuses and herbs that the vendors swore could cure anything. My boyfriend bought some coca leaves because the locals said they'd help with the altitude sickness. We chewed on them all afternoon, and honestly, they did seem to help a little. We went to bed around 11:30. The apartment got freezing cold at night, and we'd piled every blanket we could find on top of us. I remember falling asleep pretty easily for once, instead of lying there feeling like my heart was going to explode from the altitude. Then I woke up at exactly 3:30 in the morning. I know the exact time because I looked at my phone immediately, but I didn't wake up naturally, you know. It was like something had shaken me awake, except nothing had touched me. I just suddenly found myself wide awake with this overwhelming wave of anxiety crashing over me like I'd never felt before. My chest felt like someone was sitting on it, and my hands had gone completely numb and cold. The air in the room felt different, thick and electric, like right before a thunderstorm, except we were indoors. I could taste metal in my mouth, and this weird buzzing sound was coming from somewhere I couldn't identify. I lay there for maybe 30 seconds, trying to figure out what had woken me up, when I realized my boyfriend was making these strange little whimpering sounds in his sleep. Not normal sleep sounds, but like he was scared or in pain. I turned to look at him, and that's when my eyes started adjusting to the darkness. There was something crouched on top of his chest. At first, I thought maybe I was hallucinating from the altitude or something, because what I was seeing didn't make sense. It was this figure, completely black, but not black like the darkness around it. It was black like it was absorbing light, like it was darker than dark, if that makes any sense. The shape was vaguely human, but wrong. The proportions were off. Its limbs seemed too long, and it had too many joints, like its arms could bend in places where arms shouldn't bend. It was hunched over my boyfriend, like it was listening to his heartbeat or feeding off him somehow. I could see his chest rising and falling in these shallow, rapid breaths, and he kept making these little distressed sounds. The thing on top of him was perfectly still, except for this slight swaying motion, like it was savoring whatever it was doing to him. I couldn't move. I mean, I literally could not make my body move. It wasn't just fear, though I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. It was like the thing was somehow holding me in place just by being there. My whole body felt paralyzed, except for my eyes. Then it turned and looked at me. Its eyes opened, and they were these two blazing white orbs, like someone had drawn circles with white chalk on obsidian. They weren't human eyes at all. There were no pupils, no iris, just these perfect white circles that seemed to glow with their own light. When our eyes met, I felt something inside me just lock up completely. Not just my body, but my mind, like a computer freezing up. The thing stared at me for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few seconds. Then it did something that still makes no sense to me. It launched itself at me, but not physically. I don't know how to describe it. It was like it threw its presence at me, like it hurled the essence of what it was directly into my face. I felt this crushing weight slam into me, pressing me down into the mattress. The air got knocked out of my lungs, and this ice-cold sensation spread through my entire body. I could smell something rotting and metallic, and I heard this whispering right in my ear, but it wasn't in any language I recognized. It sounded ancient and angry and hungry. I squeezed my eyes shut instinctively, like a little kid hiding under the covers. The whispering got louder and more urgent, and I felt these freezing cold fingers touching my face, tracing patterns on my forehead and cheeks. My skin burned where it touched me, like frostbite. I don't know how long I kept my eyes closed, but when I finally forced them open, the thing was gone. The room felt normal again. The air had lost that electric quality, and the temperature seemed to have returned to just regular nighttime cold instead of that bone-deep freezing I'd felt. But my boyfriend was awake now, sitting bolt upright and gasping like he'd just surfaced from underwater. His eyes were wide and panicked, and he was clutching his chest. "Did you feel that?" he asked, his voice shaky and hoarse. Something was crushing my chest. I couldn't breathe. And there was whispering right in my ear, but I couldn't understand what it was saying. I told him what I'd seen, and he went completely pale. He said he'd been having this nightmare about drowning, except instead of water, it was like thick black liquid was being poured down his throat. He said he could feel something heavy sitting on his chest, and these voices were whispering things in his ear that made his skin crawl, even though he couldn't understand the words. Neither of us slept the rest of that night. We just sat there with all the lights on, drinking coca tea and trying to make sense of what had happened. In the morning light, it almost seemed like maybe we'd both had some kind of altitude-induced hallucination. The rational part of my brain kept trying to explain it away. But then we started talking to our landlord. At first, he seemed reluctant to discuss the building's history, giving us vague answers about it being very old. But when I described what we'd experienced, his demeanor completely changed. He got this grave expression and asked us to sit down. He told us the building had been a prison during the Spanish colonial period, specifically for indigenous people who were accused of practicing their traditional religions or rebelling against Spanish rule. He said prisoners were kept in tiny cells with no windows, and many died from disease, starvation, and torture. The room we were staying in, he believed, had been one of those cells. He said other tenants had reported similar experiences over the years. People would check out in the middle of the night, refusing to explain why. He'd seen guests stumble out at dawn looking like they'd seen ghosts, which I guess they had. He admitted he probably should have warned us, but most people who rented the place were just passing through for a night or two, and he needed the money. We were supposed to stay for another 3 days, but we packed up immediately and found a hostel in a different part of the city. Even as we were gathering our stuff in broad daylight, the apartment felt oppressive and wrong. The shadows seemed too dark, and I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision that wasn't there when I turned to look. Before we left, Our landlord gave us some coca leaves and told us to chew them and spit in the corners of any room we slept in going forward. He said it was an old protection ritual his grandmother had taught him. I thought it was just superstition at the time, but we did it anyway. The rest of our trip through South America was amazing, and we never experienced anything like that night in La Paz again. But sometimes, even now, 3 years later, I wake up at exactly 3:30 in the morning with that same crushing anxiety and the taste of metal in my mouth. And sometimes, just for a split second in the darkness, I think I see those perfect white circles staring at me from the corner of my bedroom. My boyfriend and I are still together, and we've traveled to dozens of countries since then, but we've never stayed anywhere that gave us that same feeling of wrongness that apartment in La Paz had. There was something there, something that had been trapped in that place for centuries, feeding off the pain and terror of people who died in agony. I know how it sounds. I know most people would say we were just suffering from altitude sickness or that we both had the same nightmare due to suggestion. But I felt those frozen fingers on my face. I saw that thing crouched over my boyfriend, absorbing something from him that left him weak and shaken for days afterward. Whatever was in that room had been there for a very long time, and it wasn't finished with its work. I just hope the next travelers who stay there are stronger than we were, or smart enough to leave before 3:30 in the morning arrives. Story 2. I've been putting off telling this story for years now because honestly, I'm not sure anyone's going to believe me, but it's been eating at me, and I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of what happened. This was back when I was 26. Living with my girlfriend in this crappy apartment above an abandoned storefront. The place was cheap, which was literally the only reason we could afford it. The building was old, probably from the 1950s or 60s, and you could tell it had seen better days. The paint was peeling, the floorboards creaked like crazy, and in winter you could feel drafts coming through the walls. My brother had been staying with us for about 3 months at that point. He was going through a rough patch after his divorce and needed somewhere to crash while he got back on his feet. He had the small bedroom at the back of the apartment, and honestly, he was a pretty good roommate. He kept his space clean, helped with groceries, and didn't bring drama into the house. The only thing about my brother is that he's always been a night owl, especially on weekends. He'd go out to bars with his buddies, sometimes not rolling in until 2 or 3 in the morning. And when he did come home, especially if he'd been drinking, he'd get these munchies and end up cooking elaborate late-night meals. We'd gotten used to hearing him puttering around the kitchen at all hours, frying bacon, making grilled cheese, brewing coffee. Sometimes he'd have friends over, and they'd sit around the kitchen table talking and laughing until dawn. My girlfriend and I had learned to sleep through it for the most part. Our bedroom was at the front of the apartment, and the kitchen was toward the back, so usually it was just background noise that we'd gotten accustomed to over the months. This particular night was a Saturday in October. I remember because we'd watched a horror movie earlier that evening. Something about a haunted house that wasn't even scary. My girlfriend had fallen asleep on the couch halfway through, and I'd carried her to bed around 11:30. My brother had gone out earlier with some friends from his construction job, so we had the place to ourselves for the evening. We'd been asleep for maybe 4 hours when I woke up to the familiar sounds of my brother in the kitchen. It was probably around 3 in the morning, which was pretty typical for him on weekend nights. I could hear him moving around, opening and closing cabinets, the clink of dishes and silverware. Then came the sound of the coffee maker starting up, that familiar gurgling noise it made when brewing a fresh pot. A few minutes later, I caught the unmistakable smell of bacon cooking, that rich, smoky scent that always made your mouth water no matter what time it was. My girlfriend stirred next to me and mumbled something about how good it smelled. I could hear my brother talking to someone in a low voice, probably one of his friends who'd come back with him. They were having a conversation, but I couldn't make out the words through the walls, just that comfortable murmur of people chatting over late-night food. The bacon smell got stronger, and I heard the sizzle of it cooking in the pan. My stomach actually started growling because we hadn't eaten much for dinner. My girlfriend rolled over and poked me in the ribs. She said something like, "Ask him to make us some too, I'm starving." So I called out through the wall, "Hey, make some extra for us." No response. The cooking sounds continued, along with that quiet conversation, but my brother didn't acknowledge me at all. I tried again, louder this time. "Can you throw a couple extra pieces in the pan for us?" Still nothing. I could clearly hear him talking to whoever was with him. The coffee maker finishing its cycle, the bacon still sizzling away. But he was completely ignoring me, which wasn't like him at all. Usually he'd call back with some smart remark or offer to cook enough for everyone. My girlfriend nudged me again. "Just go ask him in person. Maybe he's got music on or something." I groaned and rolled out of bed. I was in just boxers and a t-shirt, but I figured I'd just stick my head into the kitchen real quick. The floorboards were cold under my bare feet as I walked down the short hallway toward the back of the apartment. The sounds were getting clearer as I approached the kitchen. I could definitely hear my brother's voice, having what sounded like a normal conversation with someone. The coffee maker was definitely running, making that dripping noise as it finished brewing, and the bacon smell was so strong now that it was making my mouth water. I could hear the grease popping and crackling in the pan. I reached for the kitchen door handle, and just as I touched it, everything stopped. Complete silence. Not gradual, like someone turning down a volume knob. Instant total silence. The talking stopped mid-sentence. The bacon stopped sizzling. The coffee maker went quiet. Even the smell disappeared instantly, like someone had just turned off an invisible fan that was blowing it toward our bedroom. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds, my hand on the door handle, trying to process what had just happened. Then I pushed the door open and flipped on the light. The kitchen was completely empty. There was nothing on the stove, no coffee in the coffee maker, no dishes in the sink or on the counter, no plates, no cups, no utensils. The kitchen looked exactly like we'd left it hours earlier when we'd gone to bed. Clean, empty, and completely unused. I checked the coffee maker by lifting the lid. Bone dry. Not even the residue you'd expect if someone had just finished brewing a pot. The burners on the stove were stone cold, like they hadn't been used in hours. I opened the refrigerator to check if any bacon was missing from the package we'd bought earlier that week. It was still there, unopened, exactly where we'd left it. But here's the thing that really messed with my head. There was no lingering smell. When you cook bacon, especially in a small apartment, that smell hangs around for hours. It gets into the walls, the curtains, everything. But there was absolutely no trace of it anywhere in the kitchen. It was like it had never happened. I stood there in the bright kitchen light, feeling completely confused and honestly a little freaked out. I'd heard everything so clearly. The conversation, the cooking sounds, the coffee maker. My girlfriend had smelled it too and had been awake enough to ask for food. This wasn't a dream or some half-asleep hallucination. I walked down the hall to my brother's bedroom, thinking maybe he'd somehow cooked something super quickly and then gone straight to bed. But when I cracked open his door, he was dead asleep, still fully dressed in the clothes he'd worn out to the bar. He was on his back, snoring loudly, and he was clearly drunk based on how he was passed out. There was no way he'd been up cooking anything. He looked like he'd stumbled in and face-planted onto his bed. I went back to our bedroom, and my girlfriend was sitting up waiting for me. "Where's the food?" she asked. I told her what had happened, and she looked at me like I was crazy. But then she got this puzzled expression because she'd definitely heard everything too. She'd smelled the bacon, heard the voices and the cooking sounds. It wasn't just me. We both went back to the kitchen together and turned the lights on again. Still nothing. Clean and empty, like nobody had been in there for hours. My girlfriend opened cabinets, checked the trash, even looked in the dishwasher, thinking maybe my brother had cleaned up super fast. But there was no evidence that anyone had cooked anything. That should have been the end of it, right? Just one of those weird things that happen sometimes. Maybe we'd both had the same dream. Or maybe sounds from another apartment had somehow carried over. Old buildings can do strange things with noise, but it wasn't the end. About 2 weeks later, we were woken up by music blasting from my brother's room at full volume. Not just loud, but ear-splittingly loud, like someone had cranked his CD player to maximum. The song was Fire by Arthur Brown. That old song with the lyrics about being the god of hellfire. It was so loud that the walls were practically vibrating. My girlfriend and I both sat up immediately, and I was ready to march down there and tell my brother to turn it down before the neighbors called the cops. But then I remembered that my brother was working an overnight shift at a construction site. He wasn't even home. We both ran down the hallway to his room, and sure enough, his CD player was blasting the music at maximum volume. The display was lit up, and you could see the disc spinning inside. But my brother's room was empty. His bed was made, and his work clothes were gone from the chair where he usually left them. I turned off the player and just stood there staring at it. There was no timer function on this thing. It was just a basic CD player from the late 90s. Someone had to physically press play for it to start. But nobody else had been in the apartment, and my girlfriend and I had been asleep for hours. My girlfriend checked the front door to make sure it was still locked. It was. The windows were closed and locked too. There was no way anyone could have gotten in from outside. When my brother came home the next morning, we told him what happened. He looked genuinely confused and maybe a little concerned. He said he'd definitely left his CD player off when he left for work, and he had no idea how it could have turned itself on. The CD that was playing wasn't even one he listened to regularly. It was part of a collection he'd inherited from our dad and rarely touched. After that, things escalated. About once a week, we'd wake up to those same cooking sounds, always around 3 in the morning, always the same routine. Coffee brewing, bacon cooking, quiet conversation. The smells would be so real that we'd both wake up hungry. But every time one of us got up to investigate, everything would stop the instant we touched the kitchen door. And every time, the kitchen would be completely empty and clean. My brother started staying home on some weekend nights just to see if he could figure out what was happening. But the sounds never occurred when he was awake. It was like whatever was causing them knew when we were asleep and vulnerable. The music incident happened 3 more times over the next month. Always the same song, always at maximum volume, always when my brother wasn't home. And always the CD player would be running even though nobody had turned it on. My girlfriend started having trouble sleeping. She'd lie awake listening for the sounds to start, and when they did, she'd grab my arm and we'd both lie there frozen, not wanting to get up and investigate but unable to ignore what we were hearing. The last time it happened was on a Wednesday night in November. My girlfriend was out of town visiting her sister, so it was just my brother and me in the apartment. He was home that night, and we'd actually talked about the weird incidents over dinner. He was starting to think maybe we should find a new place to live. Around 2:30 in the morning, I woke up to the familiar sounds coming from the kitchen. Coffee brewing, bacon sizzling, quiet voices having a conversation. But this time, I could hear 3 distinct voices. My brother's voice was one of them, but there were 2 others I didn't recognize. I lay there listening for maybe 5 minutes, trying to figure out if my brother had maybe invited some friends over after I'd gone to sleep. The conversation was animated but quiet, like people trying not to wake someone up. I could smell the bacon and coffee and my stomach was growling. Finally, I decided to get up and join them. If my brother had friends over, I didn't want to be rude by staying in bed. I put on a bathrobe and walked down the hall toward the kitchen. As I got closer, I could make out more of the conversation. My brother was definitely talking, but the other voices sounded strange, not quite right somehow. The words were unclear, but the rhythm and tone were off, like people speaking a language I didn't understand, but trying to mimic English. I reached for the kitchen door handle, and just like all the other times, everything went silent the moment I touched it. I opened the door and turned on the light. Empty kitchen, no food, no coffee, no evidence that anyone had been cooking anything. But this time, I immediately went to my brother's room to see who he'd been talking to. I opened his door without knocking, ready to ask him what the hell was going on. He was asleep in his bed, snoring peacefully. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. He was talking in his sleep, not just mumbling, but having a full conversation with someone. He'd say something in a normal voice, then pause like he was listening to a response, then reply to whatever he'd heard. I stood there in his doorway, listening to him have this conversation with invisible people. His eyes were closed and he was clearly unconscious, but he was responding to voices that I couldn't hear, and every few minutes he'd laugh softly like someone had told him a joke. I backed out of his room and closed the door quietly. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the living room with all the lights on, too freaked out to go back to sleep. The next morning, I told my brother what I'd witnessed. He went pale and said he'd been having incredibly vivid dreams lately about cooking with people he didn't recognize. In the dreams, he'd be making elaborate meals and having long conversations with these strangers who felt familiar somehow. He said the dreams were so real that he'd wake up expecting to smell food cooking. That's when we realized that whatever was happening in our apartment wasn't just affecting what we heard and smelled. It was somehow getting into my brother's dreams, making him participate in these phantom cooking sessions while he slept. We moved out the following weekend, found a more expensive place that stretched our budget, but none of us could handle staying in that apartment anymore. My brother said his dreams went back to normal as soon as we left, and we never experienced anything like those cooking sounds again. I still don't know what was happening in that place. Maybe someone had died in that kitchen and was still going through their nightly routine. Maybe the abandoned store downstairs had some kind of energy that was bleeding up into our apartment. Or maybe the building itself was somehow playing back recordings of conversations and activities from when it was occupied by different people. All I know is that we all experienced it, and it wasn't our imagination. The smells were real, the sounds were real, and whatever was causing them knew exactly when to stop to avoid being caught. It was like sharing the apartment with invisible roommates who only came out when they thought we were safely asleep. Even now, years later, if I smell bacon cooking late at night, I get this uneasy feeling in my stomach. And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I think I can hear the distant sound of people having quiet conversations in empty kitchens. Story 3. I was 16 when this happened, and I'm 31 now, but I still can't sleep in complete darkness. I know that sounds dramatic, but after what I experienced in that house, I just can't do it. I need at least a nightlight or the hallway light on, something to break up the shadows. My mom had just remarried, and we moved into this small house with my new stepdad. It wasn't anything fancy, just a basic 3-bedroom place in a quiet neighborhood. But there was something off about it from the very beginning. My mom mentioned casually that the house had been moved from another location and rebuilt on our lot, which I thought was weird, but didn't really think much about at the time. The house felt old, even though it had been recently renovated. The floors creaked constantly, especially at night, and there were these random cold spots throughout the house that never seemed to warm up no matter how high we turned the heat. But what really bothered me was my bedroom door handle. It started maybe 2 weeks after we moved in. I'd be lying in bed trying to fall asleep, and around midnight or 1 in the morning, the door handle would start rattling. Not just a little bit, but violently, like someone was grabbing it and twisting it back and forth with all their strength. The first time it happened, I thought it was my stepdad checking on me or something. But when I called out, nobody answered. The rattling would go on for maybe 30 seconds, then stop abruptly. I'd lie there in the dark, heart pounding, waiting to see if it would start again. Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't. But it happened almost every single night. I told my mum about it, and she suggested maybe the door handle was loose or there was something wrong with the mechanism. My stepdad took a look at it and tightened some screws, but that didn't help. The rattling continued. What made it even more unsettling was that it didn't matter whether I locked the door or left it unlocked. I tried both ways, thinking maybe someone was actually trying to get in and getting frustrated when they couldn't open it. But even with the door completely unlocked, the handle would still shake violently, like someone was trying to force their way through a locked door that wasn't even locked. After about a month of this, I got so fed up that I actually removed the door handle completely. I used a screwdriver to take the whole thing apart, thinking that would solve the problem. I figured if there was no handle to rattle, then whatever was causing it would have to stop. But that just made things worse. Without the door handle, I had to sleep with the door open, which I hated. I felt completely exposed, lying there in bed with no barrier between me and the rest of the house. And even though there was no handle to rattle anymore, I could hear this scratching sound coming from the door frame where the handle used to be, like something was clawing at the wood, trying to get in. The scratching was somehow worse than the rattling had been. It was more persistent and more aggressive, and it left actual marks in the wood that I could see in the morning. Little gouges and scrapes around the door frame that definitely hadn't been there before. But the door handle situation was just the beginning. Once I started sleeping with the door open, other things began happening. I'd get up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom or get a drink of water from the kitchen, and I'd hear footsteps behind me in the hallway. Not heavy footsteps like an adult, but lighter ones, like a child walking barefoot on the hardwood floors. The first few times I'd turn around, expecting to see my stepdad or my mom, but the hallway would be empty. The footsteps would follow me wherever I went in the house at night. Kitchen, bathroom, living room, it didn't matter. I'd hear them a few seconds behind me, matching my pace almost perfectly. Step, 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 always just out of sync enough that I knew it wasn't an echo. One night I was in the kitchen getting some water, and I felt this gentle tug on the hem of my pajama shirt. Just a little pull, like a small child trying to get my attention. I spun around immediately, but nobody was there. The kitchen was empty, and I could see straight down the hallway to where my parents' bedroom door was closed. That tug on my shirt felt so real, so physical. It wasn't my imagination or some trick of the fabric catching on something. It was definitely a hand grabbing the bottom of my shirt and pulling on it. But there was nobody there. After that incident, I started avoiding getting up at night unless I absolutely had to. I'd lie in bed with a full bladder for hours rather than walk down that hallway and feel those footsteps following me or have invisible hands tugging at my clothes. But the worst incident happened on a winter morning in February. It was a Saturday, and I was up early watching TV in the living room. My mom was getting ready for work, and my stepdad was still asleep. The house was quiet, except for the sound of my mom moving around getting ready. I was sitting on the couch watching some cartoon when my mom walked over to the front door with her purse and keys. She was wearing her work uniform and had her coat on, clearly about to leave for her shift at the hospital where she worked as a nurse. She opened the front door and turned back toward me before stepping outside. "Bye, honey," she called out, like she did every morning when she left for work. And then, clear as day, a little girl's voice replied, "Bye." The voice came from right between us, maybe 6 feet from where I was sitting on the couch and 6 feet from where my mom was standing at the door. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there in the room with us, like there was a child standing in the middle of our living room saying goodbye. My mom and I both froze. We stared at each other with identical expressions of shock and confusion. The voice had been so clear, so present, that for a split second we both looked around the room expecting to see a little girl standing there. But the living room was empty. Just me on the couch and my mom at the door. My mom went pale and asked me if I had heard that too. I told her I had. and we both just stood there for a moment trying to process what had just happened. The voice had sounded young, maybe like a girl around 7 or 8 years old. It was sweet and innocent, exactly like a child saying goodbye to her mum before school. My mum ended up being late for work that morning because we spent 20 minutes searching the entire house, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding spot where a child could be. But we were the only people in the house. My stepdad was still sound asleep in their bedroom, and there was nobody else around. That incident really shook both of us up, but what happened next made it even more disturbing. A few days later, our next-door neighbor, Mrs. Johnson, came over looking absolutely furious. She was this older woman who had lived in the neighborhood for like 30 years and was always complaining about something. But this time, she seemed genuinely upset, not just her usual grumpy self. She started going off about how inconsiderate we were, letting our little girl play outside at all hours of the night, making noise and disturbing her sleep. She said she'd seen our daughter in the backyard multiple times, swinging on the old swing set that had been left behind by the previous owners. My mom tried to explain that we didn't have a little girl living with us. It was just me, and I was 16, hardly the type to be playing on a swing set in the middle of the night. But Mrs. Johnson insisted she'd seen this child several times over the past few weeks. She described seeing a girl with long hair, maybe 7 or 8 years old, swinging back and forth on the old swing set and laughing. She said it happened late at night, usually around 11 or 12, and the sound of the chains creaking and the child's laughter would wake her up. Mrs. Johnson was absolutely convinced that this little girl lived in our house. She said she'd watched from her bedroom window and seen the child run from the swing set toward our back door, like she was coming home. She'd assumed we were just irresponsible parents, letting our kid play outside way too late. My mum explained again that there was no little girl, that I was her only child and I was a teenager. Mrs. Johnson looked confused and a little embarrassed, but she insisted she knew what she'd seen. She said the child had been out there just the night before, swinging and laughing around midnight. After Mrs. Johnson left, my mum and I went out to look at the old swing set. We hadn't really paid attention to it before because it was pretty run down and we weren't planning to use it. But when we examined it closely, the chains looked like they'd been used recently. They weren't covered in rust or cobwebs like you'd expect from something that had been sitting unused for years. One of the swings was still moving slightly in the breeze, and the seat looked worn smooth, like it had been used regularly. The ground underneath was packed down and free of leaves, while the rest of the yard was covered in winter debris. That's when my mum told me something that made my blood run cold. She said when they first looked at the house, the realtor had mentioned that it had been relocated from its original location about 10 years earlier. The original owners had to move the house because of some kind of development project, and they'd had it transported to our lot and rebuilt. But here's the thing that the realtor hadn't mentioned. My mom did some research at the library and found old newspaper articles about the house. Apparently, the original owners had lost their 8-year-old daughter in a car accident while they were living in the house at its original location. The little girl had been playing in the front yard when she ran into the street chasing a ball and was hit by a car. The family was so devastated that they couldn't bear to keep living in the same place where their daughter had been so happy. That's why they decided to move the entire house to a new location. They thought a fresh start in a new neighborhood would help them heal. But according to the newspaper articles, even after moving the house, the family continued to report strange incidents. They said they could still hear their daughter playing in the house, laughing and running around like she always had. They'd find toys moved around and doors opened that they'd closed. Eventually, they couldn't handle it anymore and moved out, leaving the house empty until we bought it. Reading those articles made everything click into place. The door handle rattling, the footsteps in the hallway, the tug on my shirt, the voice saying goodbye, and Mrs. Johnson seeing a little girl playing on the swing set. It was all the same child, the daughter who had died at the original location but somehow followed the house when it was moved. After we learned about the history, my mom sat me down and we talked about what we should do. Part of me wanted to move out immediately, but we'd just bought the house and couldn't afford to go anywhere else. Plus, as scary as the incidents were, the little girl hadn't actually hurt anyone. She seemed to just be continuing her normal childhood activities, playing and trying to interact with the living people in her house. My mum suggested we try talking to her, acknowledging her presence and maybe letting her know that we weren't trying to take her home away from her. It sounded crazy, but we were desperate to find some way to coexist peacefully. That night, I left my bedroom door open like I'd been doing since removing the handle. But instead of trying to ignore the sounds in the hallway, I spoke out loud into the darkness. I said something like, "I know you're there, and it's okay. This is your house too. You don't have to be afraid of us." The footsteps in the hallway stopped immediately. The house went completely quiet, more quiet than it had been since we moved in. No creaking floors, no scratching at the door frame, no sounds at all. I thought maybe I'd scared her away, but then I heard the softest whisper from somewhere near my doorway. "Thank you." Just those two words, spoken in that same sweet little girl voice we'd heard saying goodbye to my mum. And then, nothing else. From that night on, the incidents changed completely. The door handle rattling stopped. The aggressive scratching at the door frame stopped. I still heard the footsteps occasionally, but they weren't following me anymore. They were just normal sounds of a child moving around the house. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, or I'd smell something like baby shampoo or the scent of a child who'd been playing outside. But it didn't feel threatening anymore. It felt like sharing the house with a shy roommate who was just trying to stay out of the way. Mrs. Johnson stopped complaining about the noise from the swing set, and when I looked out at the backyard, I could sometimes see the swing moving gently on windless days, like someone was swinging very carefully, trying not to disturb anyone. The last time I heard her voice clearly was about a month after our conversation. I was doing homework at the kitchen table late one evening when I heard that same whisper from behind me. "I like you." When I turned around, I could swear I saw a little girl standing by the back door, translucent but definitely there. She had long brown hair and was wearing what looked like a nightgown. She smiled at me, a sweet, innocent smile, and then faded away. After that, the house felt different. Peaceful, almost, like we'd reached some kind of understanding. The little girl was still there, I knew that, but she wasn't trying to get my attention anymore. She was just living her afterlife quietly alongside our regular life. We ended up staying in that house for 3 more years until I graduated high school and my mum and stepdad decided to move to a smaller place. When we were packing up to leave, I spent some time in the backyard saying goodbye to the swing set and the little girl I'd never really seen but had come to care about. I told her that new people would be moving in soon, and I hoped they would be kind to her like we'd tried to be. I left one of my old stuffed animals on the swing set as a gift, hoping she would know it was for her. The day we moved out, as we were loading the last boxes into the truck, I heard one final whisper carried on the wind. "Thank you for being my friend. I still drive by that house sometimes when I'm in the old neighborhood. The new owners have kids, and I can see toys in the yard and bikes on the front porch. I hope the little girl is happy having children in the house again, kids she can play with, and who might be able to see her more clearly than adults can. But I've never forgotten those months when I learned that death doesn't always mean goodbye, and that sometimes the most frightening things turn out to be the most heartbreaking. That little girl wasn't trying to scare us. She was just a child who missed her family and didn't understand why they'd left her behind when they moved the house. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, still swinging on that old swing set and running through the halls of the house she loved so much that she couldn't bear to leave it, even in death. Story 4. I've been working at a maximum security prison for over 20 years now, and I thought I'd seen everything. Death, violence, desperation, you name it. But what happened to me after I tried to save Frank's life changed everything I thought I knew about what's possible in this world. Frank was an inmate who'd been serving 15 years for armed robbery. Not a particularly violent guy, just someone who'd made a series of bad decisions that landed him behind bars. He kept to himself mostly, didn't cause trouble, and was actually up for parole in a few years. That's what made finding him the way I did so shocking. It was a Tuesday night in March, and I was doing my usual rounds on the evening shift. I'd been working that same block for about 5 years, so I knew all the inmates and their routines. Frank was usually asleep by 10 o'clock, never gave anyone any problems. But when I walked past his cell around 11:15, something felt wrong. The cell was too quiet. Not the normal quiet of someone sleeping, but a heavy, unnatural silence that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I shined my flashlight through the bars and saw Frank hanging from a bedsheet tied to the light fixture. His face was already turning blue, and his feet were barely touching the ground. I immediately called for backup and unlocked his cell. The other guards arrived within seconds, but Frank was already unconscious, and his pulse was barely detectable. I cut the makeshift rope with my utility knife and laid him on the floor of his cell, while someone else called for medical. Frank wasn't breathing on his own, so I started CPR right there on the cold concrete floor. I'd been trained in basic life support as part of my job, but I'd never actually had to use it before. I was pumping his chest and giving him rescue breaths, while the other guards cleared the area and waited for the medical team. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, Frank's heart started beating again. His pulse came back strong, and he started breathing on his own. For a moment, I thought we'd saved him. I thought he was going to be okay. But Frank never woke up. The medical team arrived and stabilized him, then transferred him to the hospital wing. The doctors said I'd done everything right, that my CPR had kept blood flowing to his brain and probably prevented immediate death. But Frank had been without oxygen for too long before I found him. He was alive, technically, but he was brain dead. His body was functioning with life support, but his mind was gone. Frank stayed on life support for 6 days before his family made the decision to let him go. I visited him once in the hospital wing, and it was heartbreaking. This man, who had been walking and talking just a week earlier, was now lying there connected to machines, his eyes closed, completely unresponsive to any stimuli. I went home that night feeling like I'd failed him somehow. I kept thinking that if I'd found him just 5 minutes earlier, maybe he'd still be alive and conscious. Maybe I could have talked him out of it, or gotten help before it was too late. The what-ifs were eating me alive. That's when the strange things started happening at my house. The first incident occurred about 3 days after Frank died. I was sitting in my home office paying bills when I heard the printer in the corner start up by itself. Not just the normal startup noise, but it began printing page after page of blank documents. I walked over and saw that it was connected to my computer, but I hadn't sent anything to print. The computer screen was still showing my online banking, and there were no print jobs in the queue. I turned off the printer and figured it was just some kind of technical glitch, but then papers started flying off the desk behind me. Not falling, flying. Like someone had swept their arm across the surface and sent everything scattering. When I turned around, documents and mail were scattered all across the floor, but there was no wind or air circulation that could have caused it. That same night, I was watching TV with my husband when a heavy glass picture frame fell off the mantel above our fireplace. It didn't just tip over, it flew off the mantel and landed about 3 feet away from where it had been sitting. The frame shattered when it hit the hardwood floor, and the glass went everywhere. My husband joked that maybe we had a poltergeist, but I could tell he was unsettled too. We'd lived in that house for 12 years, and nothing like that had ever happened before. The frame had been sitting in the same spot for years without any problems. Over the next few weeks, the incidents escalated. Our TV would turn on and off by itself, usually in the middle of the night. I'd wake up to the sound of late-night infomercials blaring from the living room, go downstairs to turn it off and find the remote sitting exactly where we'd left it on the coffee table. Books would fall off shelves, cabinet doors would swing open on their own, and I started finding objects in different places than where I'd left them. My car keys would be in the bathroom when I was sure I'd left them on the kitchen counter. My reading glasses would end up in the refrigerator or in completely random locations throughout the house. My husband was getting frustrated because he thought I was just being forgetful or absent-minded due to stress from work. But I knew something else was going on. These weren't normal occurrences of misplacing things. These were deliberate acts by something that was clearly trying to get my attention. The breaking point came on a Saturday night in April, about 6 weeks after Frank had died. My husband and I had gone to bed around 10:30, and I was lying on my side with my arms stretched out under my pillow. I was just starting to drift off to sleep when my husband rolled over in bed and his full body weight came down on my arm. The pain was immediate and intense. He's a big guy, probably 220 pounds, and having all of that weight pressing down on my arm felt like it was going to snap the bone. I started pushing him and telling him to get off me, that he was hurting my arm. But when he opened his eyes and looked at me, it wasn't my husband. The face staring back at me was bright red, like someone who'd been holding their breath for too long or had extremely high blood pressure. But it was the eyes that made me start screaming. They were completely black, not just the pupils, but the entire eye socket. No white, no color, just solid black, like looking into empty holes. And the mouth. His mouth was stretched into this grotesque smile that went from ear to ear. It was too wide, too big for any human face, like someone had taken a knife and carved a smile across his entire lower face. The smile never moved, never changed expression, just this horrible fixed grin that looked like it had been painted on. The thing wearing my husband's face looked directly at me and said one word in a voice that sounded nothing like my husband's voice. Good. That's it, just good, in this deep, gravelly voice that seemed to come from somewhere deep in his chest. The word came out slow and deliberate, like he was savoring the taste of it. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life and started fighting to get my arm free. I was punching and kicking and thrashing around trying to get away from whatever was on top of me. The thing just kept staring at me with that horrible smile and those empty black eyes, not reacting to my screams or my attempts to fight it off. Finally, I managed to yank my arm free and I rolled off the bed onto the floor. I scrambled to my feet and ran downstairs as fast as I could, not stopping to look back or see if it was following me. I locked myself in the downstairs bathroom and sat on the floor with my back against the door, hyperventilating and shaking uncontrollably. About 20 minutes later, I heard my husband calling my name from upstairs. His voice sounded normal, concerned, like he'd just woken up and found me missing from bed. But I was too terrified to go back up there. I stayed in the bathroom until morning, and when my husband came downstairs, he looked completely normal. No red face, no black eyes, no grotesque smile. He said he'd woken up around midnight and found me gone from bed, but he had no memory of lying on my arm or of anything unusual happening. He was genuinely confused about why I'd spent the night in the bathroom and why I was so shaken up. I told him what had happened, and he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. He suggested maybe I'd been having a nightmare, or that the stress from work was causing me to hallucinate. But I knew what I'd seen. That thing in our bed hadn't been my husband, and it definitely hadn't been a dream. The next day, I called in sick to work and started researching what might be happening to us. Everything I read pointed to some kind of supernatural attachment, possibly related to my contact with Frank before he died. I found the name of a paranormal investigation team that worked in our area and decided to contact them. 2 investigators came to our house the following weekend. They brought recording equipment, electromagnetic field detectors, and other tools I didn't recognize. My husband was skeptical, but agreed to let them do their investigation. Within an hour of setting up their equipment, they were getting results. The electromagnetic field detector was going crazy in our bedroom, especially around the area where I'd seen the thing wearing my husband's face. They recorded several unexplained temperature drops and caught what they said were voices on their audio equipment. When they played back the recordings, I heard at least 4 distinct voices speaking in whispers. Most of them were unintelligible, but one voice came through clearly. It was a man's voice saying my name, followed by the words, "I like you." The investigators said they were definitely dealing with multiple entities, and one of them seemed to be specifically attached to me. They asked if I'd had any recent contact with someone who had died, and I told them about Frank and what had happened at the prison. That's when they told me the voice saying my name was probably Frank. They played the recording again, and I recognized something familiar in the tone and cadence. It did sound like it could be Frank's voice, though it was distorted and whispered. But here's the part that really disturbed me. They said Frank wasn't alone. The other voices they'd recorded belonged to other entities that had apparently followed Frank to our house. They described it as Frank being a beacon that had attracted other spirits, possibly inmates who had died in the prison over the years. The investigators captured one more clear voice on their equipment before they left. It was Frank's voice again, but this time he said something that made my blood run cold. "I like you, but I don't like him." He was talking about my husband. After that night, the paranormal activity in our house intensified dramatically. Objects weren't just moving anymore, they were being thrown around with force. Dishes would fly out of cabinets and shatter against walls. Picture frames would be ripped off walls and hurled across rooms. And it was always when my husband was present. When I was home alone, things were relatively calm. I'd occasionally hear footsteps or feel like someone was watching me, but nothing violent happened. It was like Frank was trying to communicate with me or just wanted to be near me. But he became aggressive whenever my husband was around. My husband started getting physically ill whenever he was in the house for extended periods. He'd develop severe headaches, nausea, and this bone-deep exhaustion that no amount of sleep seemed to cure. Some mornings, he'd wake up with bruises on his arms and legs that he couldn't explain. The final incident happened when the paranormal investigators brought a psychic to our house. She was an older woman who claimed she could communicate directly with spirits. Within minutes of entering our house, she said she could see Frank and 3 other male spirits standing in our living room. She said Frank was confused about being dead and was angry that his suicide attempt had failed initially. According to her, he blamed the doctors and the prison system for letting him die instead of helping him recover. But he was grateful to me for trying to save his life, which is why he'd followed me home. The psychic said Frank viewed me as someone who had cared about him when nobody else did, and he wanted to protect me from anything he perceived as a threat. Unfortunately, he saw my husband as someone who might hurt me or take me away from him. She tried to communicate with Frank and convince him to move on, to find peace, and stop interfering in our lives. For a while, it seemed like it was working. The house became quiet, and my husband started feeling better. But then the psychic made a mistake. She told Frank and the other spirits that she could hear them clearly, that they could speak through her to communicate with the living world. She said this made her more powerful, more useful to them than staying attached to our house. That's when everything changed. Instead of moving on like she'd hoped, Frank and the other 2 spirits decided to follow the psychic home. She'd given them something they'd been desperately seeking, a direct line of communication with the living world. They saw her as a more valuable conduit than the random paranormal activity they'd been limited to at our house. The psychic called me the next morning in a panic. She said Frank and the others had followed her home and were now terrorizing her family. They were making demands, trying to control her actions, and becoming violent when she didn't comply with what they wanted. She begged me to help her figure out how to get rid of them, but I didn't know what to tell her. That was 3 years ago, and I haven't heard from her since. Our house returned to normal almost immediately after the spirits left with her. My husband recovered his health, the paranormal activity stopped completely, and our lives went back to the way they were before Frank died. But I still think about him sometimes. I wonder if he's still attached to that psychic, still angry and confused about his death. I wonder if trying to save his life somehow created a connection between us that allowed him to follow me home from the prison. Most of all, I wonder if I made the right choice by trying to perform CPR that night. Frank was clearly in so much pain that he wanted to die, and maybe I should have let him go peacefully instead of bringing him back to suffer for 6 more days before dying anyway. I still work at the same prison, and I've had other inmates attempt suicide since then, but I've never tried to save one again. I call for medical help and follow protocol, but I don't perform CPR or try to resuscitate them myself. I learned that sometimes when you bring someone back from the brink of death, they don't come back alone. And sometimes they don't come back as the same person they were when they left. Story 5. I was 14 when this happened, and I'm 28 now, but I still get chills thinking about that basement in Indiana. My family had moved into this small house when my dad got transferred for work, and honestly, none of us were thrilled about the move. The house was old and cramped, with this weird basement that was shaped like a horseshoe and split in half by this thin wall. The basement became our hangout spot pretty quickly. My 2 younger brothers and I would spend hours down there playing video games, building with Legos, just doing typical kid stuff. The side we used had carpet remnants thrown down over the concrete, some old furniture my parents didn't want upstairs, and decent lighting. It felt cozy in a makeshift way. But the other side of the basement, separated by that thin wall, was completely different. That side was used for storage, and it was honestly creepy as hell. Bare concrete floors, discolored walls that looked like they were sweating, and just one weak bulb hanging from the center of the ceiling. The light barely reached the corners, leaving these deep shadows that seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. My brothers and I rarely went over to that side unless we absolutely had to get something my parents had stored there. It just felt wrong, you know? Cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature, and there was always this musty smell that reminded me of wet dirt and something else I couldn't identify. The night everything happened was a Friday in November. My parents had gone to the hospital because my mum's sister was having some kind of emergency surgery. They'd left around 7 in the evening, and my dad said they'd probably be gone most of the night. I was the oldest, so I was in charge of my brothers until they got back. We ordered pizza and spent the evening in the basement playing video games. I was working on this racing game I'd been trying to beat for weeks, and my brothers were building some elaborate Lego city on the floor nearby. It was actually a really nice night, just the 3 of us hanging out without parents around to tell us to go to bed early. Around 10:30, my brothers got tired and went upstairs to bed. I stayed in the basement because I was finally making progress on this one race that had been giving me trouble for days. The house got really quiet after they left, just the sound of the game and the occasional creak from upstairs as my brothers settled in for the night. I was completely focused on the game, trying to navigate this particularly tricky section of track, when I finally nailed a perfect run and crossed the finish line in first place. Without thinking, I let out this casual victory whistle. Nothing elaborate, just a quick 2-note whistle like you do when you're pleased about something, That's when I heard it whistle back. The sound came from the other side of the basement wall, from that creepy storage area. At first I thought it might be an echo, but the timing was wrong. Echoes are immediate, and this response came about a second after my whistle, like someone had heard me and was whistling back. I sat there frozen, controller in my hands, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But then curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to test it. I whistled again, this time more deliberately. A simple three-note pattern just to see what would happen. The response came immediately. The exact same three-note pattern coming from the storage side of the basement. Same pitch, same rhythm, like someone was perfectly mimicking what I'd done. My heart started racing, but I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was pipes in the wall or some weird acoustic thing with the heating system. Old houses make all kinds of strange noises, right? So I tried again, this time with a more complex pattern. I whistled a quick melody, maybe 6 or 7 notes going up and down in pitch. I held my breath and waited. The response came back perfectly. Every single note in exactly the right order, with the same timing and inflection I'd used. It was like having a conversation with someone who could only communicate by repeating exactly what you said. I tried different patterns for the next few minutes, getting bolder each time. A long note followed by 2 short ones. A descending scale. Even this weird warbling sound I could make by changing the shape of my mouth while whistling. Every single time, whatever was on the other side of that wall repeated it back to me with perfect accuracy. But here's what really started to freak me out. There was no delay for processing or thinking. The responses came back immediately, like whatever was doing it knew exactly what I was going to whistle before I finished. And the sound quality was identical to my own whistling. Same tone, same volume, same everything. After about 5 minutes of this back and forth, I realized how insane the whole situation was. I was sitting in my basement having a whistling conversation with something invisible on the other side of a wall, and that something was demonstrating abilities that didn't make sense for any normal explanation I could think of. That's when the panic hit me. I dropped the game controller and just sat there staring at the wall, my heart pounding like I'd just run a marathon. The basement suddenly felt different, oppressive and threatening instead of comfortable and familiar. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, and I became acutely aware of how alone I was in the house, with just my 2 little brothers sleeping upstairs. I wanted to get up and run upstairs immediately, but I was terrified that any sudden movement or noise might provoke whatever was on the other side of that wall. So I sat there, paralyzed, trying to control my breathing and figure out what to do next. Then I made the mistake of whistling one more time. It was barely audible, more of a nervous exhale than an actual whistle. But the thing on the other side heard it and responded instantly with the same quiet sound. And that's when I realized that whatever was over there was listening to everything I did, analyzing every sound I made, and responding with perfect imitation. I lost it completely. I bolted from the basement chair and ran for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time and not caring how much noise I made. I could hear my footsteps echoing through the house as I ran down the hallway to the bathroom, which was the only room with a lock on the door. I slammed the bathroom door behind me and turned the lock, then slid down to sit on the cold tile floor with my knees pulled up to my chest. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears, and my hands were shaking uncontrollably. I stayed in that bathroom for hours, just sitting on the floor and trying to make sense of what had happened. Every time the house creaked or settled, I'd tense up thinking something was coming up the stairs after me. I kept expecting to hear that whistling sound coming from somewhere in the house, but everything stayed quiet. When my parents finally came home around 4 in the morning, they found me asleep on the bathroom floor. My dad woke me up by knocking on the door, and when I unlocked it and saw him standing there, I almost started crying from relief. I tried to explain what had happened in the basement, but it sounded crazy even to me. My parents thought I'd just fallen asleep playing video games and had a nightmare, then gotten confused and ended up in the bathroom somehow. They were exhausted from the hospital visit and didn't really press me for details. But the incident had lasting effects on my family that I didn't learn about until years later. A few weeks after that night, my mom started waking up in the middle of the night because the bed was rocking back and forth. Not violently, but with a steady, rhythmic motion, like someone was gently pushing it from one side. She'd wake up my dad to ask if he felt it too, and he'd always say the same thing: "They're doing it again." My mom would ask who they were, and my dad would point to different spots around the room and describe people standing there. Men and women in old-fashioned clothing, just watching them sleep. He said he could see them as clearly as if they were real people. But my mom never saw anything. According to my dad, these people would gather around their bed every few nights and rock it gently, like they were trying to soothe the baby to sleep. He said they didn't seem threatening, just curious about the living people who had moved into their space. My dad never seemed scared by these visions, just matter-of-fact about them. He'd tell my mom the names of the people he was seeing and describe their clothes and facial expressions in detail. Sometimes he'd even wave at them or nod in acknowledgement, and according to him, they'd wave back. My mom, meanwhile, was terrified by the bed rocking and my dad's casual conversations with invisible people. She'd lie there feeling the mattress move beneath her, while my dad chatted with entities she couldn't see, and she'd wonder if she was losing her mind or if something supernatural was actually happening in our house. I didn't learn about any of this until I was in college and came home for Christmas break. My mom finally told me about the bed rocking and my dad's visions, and she asked if I'd ever experienced anything strange in that house. That's when I told her about the whistling incident in the basement. She went pale when I described what had happened, and she said it explained a lot about why I'd been so jumpy and nervous for months after that night. She'd noticed that I'd stopped spending time in the basement alone and that I'd started insisting on sleeping with my bedroom door open and the hallway light on. My dad, when we asked him about the people he'd been seeing, just shrugged and said they'd eventually stopped coming around. He said one night he'd told them that they were scaring my mom and asked them politely to leave us alone. And after that, the bed rocking stopped and he stopped seeing figures in the bedroom. But he also said something that made my skin crawl. He said the people he'd been seeing weren't the only entities in that house. There were others, darker ones, that stayed hidden in places like the basement. He said those ones didn't want to communicate or coexist peacefully like the bedroom visitors had. They just wanted to be left alone in their dark spaces. Looking back now, I think I encountered one of those darker entities that night in the basement. Something that lived in that storage area behind the thin wall, something that had probably been there long before our family moved in. The whistling wasn't communication in any normal sense. It was mimicry, like a predatory animal copying the sounds of its prey. I think I was incredibly lucky that I got scared and ran when I did. If I'd stayed down there and continued that whistling game, or if I'd been brave enough to go around to the storage side and investigate, I don't think the encounter would have ended with me just sleeping on the bathroom floor. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd whistled something that thing couldn't repeat back to me. What if I'd tried speaking instead of whistling? What if I'd called out a greeting or asked a direct question? Would it have tried to mimic human speech with the same perfect accuracy it had used for the whistling? And what was it doing during all those quiet moments between my whistles and its responses? Was it studying me, learning from me, preparing for something? Was that 1 second delay actually the time it took for something inhuman to process human sounds and figure out how to reproduce them? I never went back down to that basement alone after that night, and when we moved out of that house 2 years later, I was relieved to leave it behind. But sometimes, even now, When I hear someone whistle a tune, I find myself listening for an echo or a response from somewhere I can't see. And every once in a while, late at night when the house is quiet, I'll hear what sounds like someone whistling softly from a room where no one should be. I never investigate. I've learned that some sounds are meant to be ignored and some conversations are too dangerous to finish. Whatever was in that basement is probably still there, waiting in the dark storage area behind that thin wall. Waiting for the next curious kid to discover that they're not alone in the basement, and that some things are much better at copying human sounds than they should be. Story 6. My grandmother died when I was 23, and at her funeral, she left me a pair of earrings that had belonged to my aunt. I'd never really known my aunt well, because she'd died when I was just a kid. But my grandmother always spoke about her with this mix of love and sadness that made me understand something terrible had happened. My aunt had taken her own life when she was only 26 years old. She'd jumped from a bridge in the middle of town, and it happened during rush hour, so there were dozens of witnesses. My grandmother never really got over losing her youngest daughter that way, especially since it was so public and traumatic for everyone who saw it happen. The earrings were simple silver hoops with small blue stones, nothing fancy or expensive looking, but my grandmother said my aunt had been wearing them that night. She'd kept them all these years, and when she was dying, she specifically asked that I have them. I was touched that she thought of me, even though I wasn't sure why she'd chosen me over my other cousins or my mom. When I got home from the funeral, I put the earrings in my jewelry box and didn't think much about them for the first few weeks. I was dealing with my own grief about losing my grandmother, and honestly, wearing jewelry that had such a tragic history didn't seem appealing. But about a month after the funeral, I was getting ready for a date and decided to wear them. They looked nice with the outfit I'd chosen, and I figured my grandmother would have wanted me to actually use them instead of just letting them sit in a box collecting dust. That's when the weird stuff started happening. The first incident occurred about 2 days after I'd worn the earrings for the first time. I was living in a 2-story house with my roommate, and I had this very specific routine before leaving for work. I'd go through the upstairs, closing all the bedroom doors and the bathroom door, then head downstairs and lock the front door behind me. I did this every single day because my roommate worked nights and slept during the day, and I wanted to make sure the house was secure while she was sleeping. Plus, closing all the upstairs doors helped keep the cool air downstairs during the summer. On this particular morning, I went through my normal routine. Closed my bedroom door, closed the spare bedroom door, closed the bathroom door, and headed downstairs. The bathroom door was always the hardest one to close because it was old and heavy, with one of those old-fashioned latches that you really had to push hard to get it to click into place. When I came home from work that evening, every single upstairs door was wide open. At first, I thought maybe my roommate had gotten up during the day and opened them for some reason. But when I asked her about it, she said she'd slept straight through until her alarm went off at 6 p.m. and hadn't been upstairs at all. She was just as confused as I was about how all the doors had gotten opened. I checked all the windows to see if maybe a strong wind had blown them open somehow, but all the windows were still closed and locked exactly how I'd left them. There was no sign that anyone had broken into the house, and nothing was missing or out of place. The bathroom door especially bothered me because of how difficult it was to open. You had to really grip the handle and pull hard to get that old latch to release. There was no way it could have just swung open on its own, and definitely no way a draft or settling house could have caused it. I convinced myself it was just one of those weird things that happen sometimes. Maybe something to do with air pressure or the house settling. Old houses do strange things, right? But then it happened again 3 days later. Same exact thing. I closed all the doors before work, came home to find them all standing wide open. This time, I was more systematic about checking the house. I looked for any signs of entry, checked all the locks, even called my roommate at work to confirm she hadn't come home during her shift. Nothing. No explanation for how those doors had opened. After the third time it happened, I started getting genuinely freaked out. I even went so far as to put little pieces of tape across the door frames before I left for work, thinking maybe I was going crazy and not actually closing the doors like I thought I was. But when I came home, the tape was broken and the doors were open. Someone or something was definitely opening those doors after I left for work. That's when the second major incident happened. I was home alone one evening around 11 p.m., sitting in the living room watching TV. My roommate was at work, and I was just having a quiet night in, probably watching some mindless reality show or something. I happened to glance toward the sliding glass door that led to our backyard, and I saw something that made my blood freeze. There was a figure standing in our backyard, maybe 20 feet from the house. It was tall and incredibly thin, unnaturally thin, like someone who was severely malnourished or sick. But it wasn't the thinness that scared me, it was the proportions. The figure looked wrong, like it was too tall for how narrow it was, and its limbs seemed too long for its body. But what really terrified me were its eyes. They were glowing this bright, unnatural green color, and they were staring directly at me through the glass door, not just looking in my general direction, but making direct eye contact with me from across the yard. The moment our eyes met, I felt this electric shock of terror run through my entire body. It wasn't just fear, it was like this thing was communicating something to me just by looking at me. Something threatening and malevolent that made every instinct I had scream at me to run. I couldn't move for maybe 10 seconds, just sat there frozen on the couch, staring back at this thing in our yard. Then I blinked, and it was gone, completely vanished, like it had never been there at all. I jumped up and ran to the sliding door, flipping on the porch light and looking out into the yard. Nothing. No sign that anything had ever been standing out there. No footprints in the dirt, no disturbed grass, nothing. But I knew what I'd seen. That thing had been real, and it had been watching me. I spent the rest of the night with every light in the house turned on, checking and double-checking that all the doors and windows were locked. I barely slept, and when I did manage to doze off, I kept waking up thinking I heard something moving around outside. The next morning, I called in sick to work because I was too exhausted and shaken up to function normally. My roommate came home and found me sitting at the kitchen table, drinking my 4th cup of coffee, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost, which I guess maybe I had. When I told her about the figure in the backyard, she looked at me like I was losing my mind. She suggested maybe it had been a neighbor or someone walking through the yard who'd gotten lost. But I knew that wasn't right. What I'd seen hadn't been human. That's when things started happening with my roommate's dog. We had this small terrier mix who was usually pretty well behaved and predictable in her habits. She had her favorite spots in the house, her regular routine for eating and sleeping, and she generally stayed close to whoever was home. But after the incident with the figure in the backyard, the dog started appearing in impossible places. The first time, I was sitting in the living room and saw the dog lying on the couch in the upstairs hallway. I could see her clearly from where I was sitting because of the way the staircase was positioned. She was just lounging there like she always did, completely normal. But then my roommate called from the kitchen asking where the dog was. And when I turned to tell her the dog was upstairs, I realized my roommate was standing right next to the dog, who was sitting by her food bowl in the kitchen. I looked back up at the couch, and there was no dog there. This happened several more times over the next few weeks. I'd see the dog in one room, but when I'd go to pet her or call her name, I'd find her somewhere completely different. It was like there were two dogs, or like the real dog was somehow appearing in multiple places at once. The worst incident with the dog happened on a Saturday morning when my roommate was at work. I woke up around 9 a.m. and went downstairs to let the dog out for her morning bathroom break. But I couldn't find her anywhere on the first floor. I called her name and shook her treat bag, which usually brought her running from anywhere in the house. Nothing. I started searching more systematically, checking under furniture, in closets, all her usual hiding spots. Still no dog. Finally, I went upstairs to check the bedrooms, thinking maybe she'd somehow gotten trapped up there. I found her in the upstairs bathroom, sitting calmly by the bathtub like nothing was unusual. Here's the thing, though. The bathroom door was closed and latched. That same heavy door with the old-fashioned latch that was so hard to open. There was no way the dog could have gotten into that bathroom on her own, and there was definitely no way she could have closed and latched the door behind her. But there she was, sitting there looking at me like I was the weird one for being confused about the situation. When my roommate came home, I told her what had happened, and for the first time, she looked genuinely concerned instead of just thinking I was being paranoid. She knew as well as I did that the dog couldn't have gotten into that bathroom by herself. That's when my roommate finally witnessed one of the door incidents herself. We decided to test it by both of us, leaving the house together and coming back after a few hours. Before we left, we both went upstairs and confirmed that all the doors were closed and latched properly. My roommate even took pictures with her phone showing each closed door. When we came back 3 hours later, every upstairs door was standing wide open, just like always. But this time, my roommate saw it for herself and couldn't dismiss it as me being forgetful or confused. She was visibly shaken by it, and we spent that evening researching the history of our house online. We found some old property records and newspaper articles, but nothing that immediately explained what might be causing the strange occurrences. But then, my roommate's friend came over for dinner a few nights later, and he mentioned having a really vivid dream about our house. He said he'd dreamed about the previous owners performing some kind of ritual in our living room, with candles arranged in a pentagram shape and people chanting in a language he didn't recognize. What made this dream particularly strange was that he described specific names and details about people he'd never met or heard of before. He mentioned a man named Robert and a woman named Margaret, and he described their appearances and clothing in detail. Out of curiosity, my roommate looked up the names he'd mentioned along with our house's address, and we found obituaries for both Robert and Margaret, who had lived at our address in the 1970s. The descriptions my roommate's friend had given matched the photos in the obituaries perfectly. Robert had died of a heart attack in 1976, and Margaret had died in a car accident 2 years later. According to the obituaries, they'd been involved in various metaphysical and spiritual practices during their lifetime, which explained the ritual my roommate's friend had seen in his dream. That discovery made both of us realize we were probably dealing with something paranormal, but we still couldn't figure out why it had started happening so suddenly after I'd been living in the house for over a year without any problems. That's when I remembered the earrings. I'd been wearing them regularly since that first date, and when I thought back to when the incidents had started, it lined up almost perfectly with when I'd first put them on. The doors, the figure in the backyard, the dog appearing in impossible places, all of it had begun within days of me wearing my aunt's earrings for the first time. I decided to test my theory by putting the earrings away and seeing if the strange occurrences stopped. I locked them in a small jewelry box and put the box in the back of my closet, then waited to see what would happen. For 3 days, nothing unusual occurred. No doors opened mysteriously, no strange figures in the backyard, no dog appearing in locked rooms. The house felt normal for the first time in weeks. But on the 4th day, I woke up to find the jewelry box sitting on my bedside table, opened, with the earrings lying next to it. I know I had locked that box and put it in the back of my closet, but somehow, during the night, it had been moved to right beside my bed and opened. The earrings were lying there, like someone had carefully placed them out for me to find. That's when I realized the earrings weren't just connected to the paranormal activity in my house. They were causing it, or maybe controlling it. Something about my aunt's death and her connection to those earrings had made them into some kind of conduit for supernatural forces. I was scared to put them back on, but I was also scared to leave them lying there. What if ignoring them made whatever was attached to them angry? What if putting them away again just resulted in more aggressive attempts to get my attention? I ended up wearing them that day, and immediately the strange incidents resumed. Doors opened, shadows moved in my peripheral vision, and that night I saw the tall figure in the backyard again, staring at me through the glass with those horrible green eyes. But this time, when it vanished, I found muddy hoofprints on the kitchen floor. Not shoe prints or bare footprints, but actual hoof marks, like from a large animal. They led from the back door to the center of the kitchen, then just stopped. There was no trail leading back out, no explanation for how an animal could have gotten into the house or where it had gone afterward. The hoofprints were still there when my roommate came home, and seeing them finally convinced her that we were dealing with something beyond normal explanation. Whatever was happening in our house wasn't just paranormal, it was getting more physical and more bold. That night, my roommate's friend had another dream about the house. This time, he said he saw my aunt standing in our living room, wearing the earrings and surrounded by dark figures that looked like they were made of smoke. In the dream, she kept pointing at me and saying something he couldn't understand, but the dark figures were nodding like they understood perfectly. When he woke up, he called my roommate immediately and told her we needed to get rid of the earrings. He said the dream had felt more like a vision than a regular dream, and he was convinced that my aunt was somehow trapped or connected to the earrings and was trying to communicate something important. But I couldn't bring myself to get rid of them. They were the last gift my grandmother had given me, and they were all I had left of my aunt's memory. Plus, I was terrified of what might happen if I tried to destroy them or throw them away. What if that made whatever was attached to them even more angry and vengeful? So I kept wearing them, and the incidents continued to escalate. More doors opening, more impossible appearances by the dog, more sightings of that tall figure with the green eyes. But now there were also sounds at night, scratching noises in the walls and footsteps in empty rooms. The final incident happened on a Tuesday night in October. I was alone in the house, my roommate working her usual night shift, when I heard someone walking around upstairs. Heavy footsteps, like a man in boots, pacing back and forth across the floor above my head. I knew nobody else was in the house, but the footsteps continued for almost an hour. Sometimes they'd stop for a few minutes, then start up again in a different room. It sounded like someone was searching for something, opening and closing doors, moving furniture around. Finally, I worked up the courage to go upstairs and investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly climbed the stairs, following the sound of the footsteps. They seemed to be coming from my bedroom, so I approached my door carefully and listened. The footsteps stopped the moment I reached my door, but I could hear heavy breathing from inside the room. Not human breathing, but something deeper and more labored, like an animal panting. I pushed open the door and shined my flashlight into the room, and that's when I saw them. There were 3 figures standing around my bed, tall, dark shapes that seemed to absorb the light from my flashlight rather than reflect it. They had the same unnaturally thin proportions as the figure I'd seen in the backyard, and their eyes glowed with that same sickly green light. But these weren't just standing and staring. They were doing something to my bed, running their hands over the sheets and pillows like they were searching for something. When my light hit them, they all turned to look at me simultaneously, and I felt that same electric shock of pure terror I'd experienced before. One of them pointed directly at me, and I heard a voice in my head that wasn't my own voice. "Give them back." I knew immediately what it meant. The earrings. These things wanted the earrings, and they weren't going to stop terrorizing me until I gave them what they wanted. I reached up and pulled the earrings out of my ears, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I held them out toward the figures and said out loud that they could have them, that I didn't want them anymore. The three figures moved toward me, not walking but gliding across the floor like they were floating just above the surface. When they reached me, one of them extended what looked like a hand, and I dropped the earrings into its palm. The moment the earrings touched that thing's hand, all three figures simply evaporated, like smoke dissipating in the wind. They were there 1 second and completely gone the next. The house immediately felt different, lighter, calmer, like some oppressive weight had been lifted from the air itself. I could breathe normally for the first time in weeks, and the constant feeling of being watched that had plagued me finally disappeared. I never saw those figures again, and the strange incidents in the house stopped completely that night. No more doors opening mysteriously, no more impossible dog appearances, no more green-eyed creatures in the backyard. But I still don't understand what really happened or why those things wanted my aunt's earrings so desperately. Were they connected to her death somehow? Had she made some kind of deal or gotten involved with forces she couldn't control? Or were the earrings themselves just cursed objects that attracted malevolent entities? All I know is that giving up those earrings saved my sanity and probably my life. Whatever my aunt had gotten herself involved with, it followed her even after death, and wearing her jewelry had somehow made me a target for the same dark forces that had driven her to take her own life. Sometimes I wonder if my grandmother knew what she was really giving me when she left me those earrings. Did she understand the danger they represented, or was she just trying to pass on a family heirloom? And if she knew, why would she give them to me instead of destroying them or burying them with my aunt? I'll never have answers to those questions, but I've learned to live with the mystery. What matters is that those things are gone, and I'm still here to tell the story. But I'll never again accept jewelry with a tragic history, and I'll definitely never underestimate the power of objects to carry darkness from one person to another. Story 7. My mom and stepdad bought this house when I was 25, and I should have known something was wrong from the very first day we walked through it. But the price was too good to pass up, and they were desperate to find something in their budget after my stepdad lost his job at the manufacturing plant. The house was a 1950s ranch style in what used to be a nice neighborhood, but had seen better days. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, decent-sized yard, and the previous owners had left in a hurry according to the realtor. That should have been a red flag, but we figured maybe they'd gotten transferred for work or had some kind of family emergency. On moving day, we discovered the first weird thing. There was this absolutely terrifying clown costume hanging in the master bedroom closet. Not just any clown costume, but one of those really disturbing ones with a grotesque mask, tattered clothes, and fake bloodstains all over it. The kind of thing you'd see in a horror movie. My mom wanted to throw it away immediately, but my stepdad said we should check with the previous owners first, in case they wanted it back. The realtor said she'd tried to contact them, but we never heard anything back. The costume just hung there in the closet for weeks because none of us wanted to touch it. But that wasn't the only thing the previous owners had left behind. My stepdad was exploring the garage when he found this narrow staircase leading up to what looked like an attic space above the garage. None of us had known it existed because it wasn't mentioned in any of the house documents. When he climbed up there with a flashlight, he found this secret room that was completely lined with empty beer cans. I'm talking hundreds of cans. Budweiser, Miller, Coors, cheap brands I'd never heard of. They were stacked along every wall from floor to ceiling, creating these weird metallic walls that reflected his flashlight beam in all directions. In the center of the room, he found an old military uniform laid out flat on the floor, with bottles of whiskey and vodka tucked into the pockets. The uniform looked like it was from Vietnam era, but it was in terrible condition, moth-eaten, stained, and it smelled like it had been soaking in alcohol for years. The bottles in the pockets were mostly empty, just dregs left in the bottom of each one. My stepdad had never been a heavy drinker. He'd have a beer while watching football on weekends, maybe a cocktail at family gatherings, but alcohol had never been a problem for him. He was one of those steady, reliable guys who went to work every day and came home to help my mom with dinner, but within 2 weeks of moving into that house, he started drinking. It began subtly. He'd come home from his new job search and crack open a beer before dinner. Then it became 2 beers. Then he started keeping a bottle of whiskey in his toolbox in the garage, taking swigs while he worked on house projects. Within a month, he was hiding bottles all over the house, behind books on shelves, inside the tank of the toilet, under the kitchen sink behind the cleaning supplies. Places he thought my mom wouldn't look. But she found them anyway, because the smell of alcohol was starting to follow him everywhere. His personality changed completely. The gentle, soft-spoken man my mom had married became aggressive and mean. He'd snap at her over tiny things like leaving a coffee cup in the sink or watching a TV show he didn't like. He started yelling at me when I came over to visit, accusing me of judging him or trying to turn my mom against him. The verbal aggression escalated to physical intimidation. He never actually hit my mom, but he'd get in her face during arguments, backing her against walls and shouting inches from her face. He threw things when he was drunk, usually plates or glasses that would shatter against the kitchen walls. My mom was terrified and confused. She'd been with him for 3 years before they got married, and he'd never shown any signs of having an anger problem or issues with alcohol. The change was so dramatic and sudden that she wondered if he had a brain tumor or some kind of medical condition causing personality changes. She convinced him to go to a doctor, but all his tests came back normal. The doctor suggested maybe the stress of unemployment and moving had triggered some kind of breakdown and recommended therapy and possibly medication for depression. But my stepdad refused to admit he had a problem. He insisted he was fine, that everyone else was overreacting, that he deserved to relax with a few drinks after spending all day looking for work. He became paranoid that my mom and I were conspiring against him, plotting to have him committed or arrested. The situation got so bad that my mom started sleeping in the guest bedroom and hiding her car keys so he couldn't drive drunk. She installed a deadbolt on the inside of the bedroom door and kept her cell phone with her at all times in case she needed to call for help. After 6 months of this nightmare, my mom finally convinced him to go to rehab. He agreed mostly because she threatened to leave him if he didn't get help. He spent 30 days in an inpatient program, and when he came out, he seemed like his old self again, apologetic, ashamed, determined to stay sober and repair their marriage. But it didn't last. Within a week of coming home from rehab, he was drinking again. Not just drinking, but binge drinking, like he was making up for lost time. He'd disappear for hours and come home stumbling drunk, sometimes with injuries he couldn't explain. Cuts on his hands, bruises on his arms. Once he came home with a black eye and claimed he'd fallen down some stairs. My mom realized the house was somehow connected to his drinking problem. He'd been perfectly fine before they moved in, and the alcohol issues had started almost immediately after they'd settled into the house. She started researching the property history and the previous owners, trying to understand what might have happened there. That's when she decided she couldn't handle it anymore. She filed for divorce and moved out, leaving my stepdad alone in the house. She begged him to come with her, to sell the house and start fresh somewhere else, but he refused. He was convinced that everyone was abandoning him and that the house was the only stable thing left in his life. My mum found a small apartment across town and tried to rebuild her life. She kept hoping my stepdad would get help and that maybe they could work things out, but she couldn't live in that environment anymore. The constant fear, the violence, the unpredictability of never knowing what condition he'd be in when he came home. About 2 months after my mum moved out, she got a call from the hospital. My stepdad had been found unconscious in the house by a neighbor who'd noticed his mail piling up. He was severely dehydrated, malnourished, and his blood alcohol level was dangerously high. The doctor said if he'd been found a day later, he probably would have died. While he was in the hospital, my mom went back to the house to get some of her remaining belongings. What she found there horrified her. The house was destroyed. Not just messy, but actually damaged. Holes punched in walls, furniture overturned, broken glass everywhere. The kitchen looked like a tornado had gone through it, with cabinet doors ripped off their hinges and the contents scattered across the floor. But the worst part was my mum's bedroom. The room where she'd been sleeping before she moved out had been completely trashed. The mattress was slashed open with stuffing pulled out. The dresser mirror was shattered, and there were these dark stains on the carpet that looked like dried blood. My mum was alone in the house, gathering her things, when she decided she needed to lie down for a few minutes. The stress of seeing the destruction and worrying about my stepdad had given her a terrible headache, so she went to the guest room and lay down on the bed that was still intact. That's when she had the nightmare. In the dream, she was in the same bedroom, lying on the same bed, when someone started attacking her. She couldn't see who it was because the room was too dark, but she felt hands grabbing her, shaking her violently. Then something hard hit her head, and she realized it was the bedside lamp being used as a weapon. The attack continued with someone's hands around her throat, squeezing tighter and tighter until she couldn't breathe. She tried to fight back, but her arms felt heavy and useless, like she was moving through thick mud. The last thing she remembered from the dream was feeling like she was dying, like the life was being squeezed out of her. She woke up to someone pounding on the front door. It was her friend who'd come to help her pack, and she'd been knocking for several minutes, trying to wake my mom up. When my mom didn't answer, the friend had gotten worried and started pounding harder. When my mom sat up and looked around the room, she couldn't believe what she saw. The bedroom looked like a war zone. The bedside lamp was broken on the floor across the room. The bed sheets and pillows were shredded into pieces, like someone had taken a knife to them. The small mirror above the dresser was cracked from corner to corner. But most terrifying of all, my mum's neck was covered in dark purple bruises in the shape of handprints. She hadn't just been dreaming about being attacked. Something had actually assaulted her while she was sleeping, leaving real physical evidence of the violence. The bruises were so dark and distinct that you could see individual finger marks on her throat. My mom's friend took photos of the room and the bruises, then drove her straight to the police station. But what could they do? There was no evidence of anyone else being in the house, no signs of forced entry, no witnesses. The police suggested maybe she'd injured herself somehow while sleeping, or that the stress of the divorce was causing some kind of psychological breakdown. But my mum knew what had happened wasn't natural or explainable by normal means. Something in that house had attacked her, the same something that had been slowly destroying my stepdad from the inside out. She moved out immediately and never went back. My stepdad was discharged from the hospital a week later and returned to the house, but by then, my mum had already filed a restraining order and started divorce proceedings. She was too afraid of what might happen if she had any more contact with him while he was living in that house. A few months later, my mum ran into the woman who'd lived in the house before my parents bought it. The woman had heard about my stepdad's hospitalization through neighborhood gossip, and felt guilty enough about not warning the new owners that she decided to tell my mom the truth about why they'd sold the house. Her husband had been a veteran who'd struggled with PTSD for years after coming back from Vietnam. When they first moved into the house, his symptoms had been manageable with therapy and medication. But something about that house made everything worse. He started drinking heavily for the first time in his life, collecting beer cans obsessively and hiding alcohol throughout the house. His PTSD symptoms intensified, and he became violent and unpredictable. He would have episodes where he'd attack his wife in his sleep, thinking she was an enemy soldier. The final incident happened in the master bedroom. He'd had a flashback and attacked his wife with a bedside lamp, then tried to strangle her. She barely escaped and called the police, but he barricaded himself in the house and threatened to kill anyone who tried to enter. When the police finally got into the house the next morning, they found him dead in the bedroom from a combination of alcohol poisoning and what appeared to be a heart attack brought on by extreme stress and panic. The woman said she'd wanted to tell potential buyers about her husband's death and the violence that had occurred in the house. But the realtor convinced her that it would make the house impossible to sell. She'd been struggling financially and desperately needed to get out from under the mortgage. She said she'd regretted keeping quiet every day since then, especially after hearing what had happened to my stepdad. She believed there was something in that house that fed off of violence and addiction, something that turned decent men into monsters. My mom finally understood why my stepdad had changed so dramatically after moving into the house. It wasn't just the stress of unemployment or some underlying addiction problem. Something supernatural was influencing him, pushing him towards self-destruction and violence, just like it had done to the previous owner. My stepdad ended up losing the house to foreclosure because he couldn't make the payments after losing his job and spending all his money on alcohol. The last I heard, he was living in a halfway house across the state, still struggling with sobriety, but doing better than he had in years. My mom never fully recovered from the trauma of that experience. She still has nightmares about being attacked in that bedroom, and she can't sleep alone without multiple locks on her bedroom door and a security system armed. The bruises on her neck faded after a few weeks, but the psychological scars lasted much longer. Sometimes I drive by that house to see if anyone new has moved in. It's been empty for over 2 years now, with a for sale sign in the yard that never seems to attract any buyers. The yard is overgrown, the paint is peeling, and some of the windows are boarded up. But sometimes, late at night when I'm driving past, I swear I can see lights moving around inside the house. Not electric lights, but flickering yellow light like candles or oil lamps. And once, I could have sworn I saw someone standing at the bedroom window, a tall figure in what looked like military fatigues. I never stopped to investigate, and I've never told my mom about the lights I've seen. She's been through enough trauma connected to that house, and I don't want to give her more reasons to lose sleep. But I know that whatever drove my stepdad to drink and violence, whatever attacked my mom in that bedroom, is still in that house waiting for the next family to move in. And I pray that whoever eventually buys it will be stronger than my family was, or smart enough to recognize the warning signs before it's too late. Because some houses aren't just haunted by ghosts of dead people. Some houses are haunted by the worst parts of living people, the parts that feed on addiction and violence and despair. And once those forces get their hooks in you, it takes everything you have to break free. Story 8. I never wanted to stay in that Airbnb in the first place. My friends had booked it for our weekend trip, and when they showed me the photos online, every instinct I had screamed at me to find somewhere else. But it was late notice. Everything else in town was booked, and I didn't want to be the one who ruined everyone's plans by being picky. The house was exactly what I'd feared it would be. Built in the 1940s, it had that old, neglected look that some people call character, but I just call creepy. The shutters were crooked and missing slats, paint was peeling off the siding in long strips, and the front steps sagged under your weight when you walked up them. Everything about the place screamed that it should be condemned, not rented out to tourists. Inside wasn't much better. The floorboards creaked with every single step, and some of them felt soft and spongy, like they were rotting underneath. The whole house had this sour, musty smell that hit you the moment you walked through the front door. It was the kind of smell that gets in your clothes and follows you around. like mold and dampness and something else I couldn't identify but didn't want to. I ended up in the bedroom at the far end of the hallway, mostly because nobody else wanted it. The room was small and cramped, with a single window that looked out onto the backyard and a door that didn't quite fit properly in its frame. The bed was old and lumpy, and when you sat on it, the springs made these concerning groaning sounds, like they were about to give out. My friend was sharing the bed with me, and honestly, I was grateful not to be alone in that room. Something about the whole house felt wrong, but that bedroom in particular made my skin crawl. The shadows in the corners seemed too dark, and the silence was too complete, like the room was holding its breath. We spent the first day exploring the town and trying to ignore how uncomfortable the house made all of us feel. Nobody wanted to be the one to complain, so we all just acted like everything was fine. But I could see it in everyone's faces. We were all on edge, jumping at every creak and groan the old house made. That first night, I barely slept at all. The bed was uncomfortable, sure, but it was more than that. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, even though my friend was sound asleep next to me and the door was closed. Every time I'd start to drift off, some noise would wake me up. The house settling, pipes groaning, wind rattling the windows. Around 3 in the morning, my phone died. I'd forgotten to bring my charger into the bedroom, and I needed to plug it in because I was using it as my alarm clock. So I got up as quietly as I could, trying not to wake my friend, and tiptoed down the hallway toward the living room where I'd left my charger. The hallway was pitch black and felt about 10 degrees colder than the bedroom had been. I was feeling my way along the wall, trying not to step on any of the creakier floorboards, when I heard footsteps coming from somewhere else in the house. At first, I thought maybe one of my other friends was up using the bathroom or getting a drink of water, but these footsteps sounded deliberate, like someone pacing back and forth in one of the rooms. They weren't trying to be quiet like I was. They were just walking normally, like they owned the place. I stopped moving and listened, trying to figure out which room the sounds were coming from. The footsteps were definitely coming from down the hall, maybe from the kitchen area. Slow, steady steps, like someone walking from one end of a room to the other, then turning around and walking back. I stood there for maybe 2 minutes just listening, and the footsteps never stopped. Back and forth, with this rhythmic quality that was almost hypnotic. Then I heard something that made my blood freeze. The bathroom door started to creak open. I could hear the hinges groaning as the door slowly swung open, that long, drawn-out squeak that old doors make when they haven't been oiled in decades. The sound seemed to last forever, like someone was opening the door as slowly as possible to avoid making noise. But here's the thing that really scared me. That bathroom had been closed when I'd walked past it on my way to the living room. I was sure of it because I'd noticed all the doors in the hallway were shut when we'd gone to bed earlier and nobody else was awake. I would have heard them moving around. The footsteps stopped when the door finished opening and the house went completely silent. Not the normal quiet of a house at night, but this heavy, oppressive silence that felt like something was listening and waiting. I wanted to call out and ask if anyone was awake, but something told me not to make a sound. Some primitive instinct was screaming at me to stay hidden and wait for whatever was happening to pass. So I pressed myself against the wall and held my breath, trying to become invisible. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, the footsteps started up again. But now they were in the hallway, moving slowly from the bathroom area toward where I was standing. Each step made the floorboards creak, and I could hear them getting closer and closer to where I was frozen against the wall. I realized I needed to get back to my room immediately before whatever was making those sounds reached me. So I turned around as carefully as I could and started creeping back down the hallway toward my bedroom, feeling my way along the wall and praying the floorboards wouldn't creak under my feet. But as I moved, the footsteps behind me matched my pace. When I took a step, they took a step. When I paused, they paused. It was like something was following me down the hallway, mimicking my movements and staying just far enough behind that I couldn't see what it was in the darkness. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whatever was behind me could hear it. I wanted to run, but I was terrified that sudden movement would provoke whatever was following me. So I kept moving as slowly and quietly as I could, one step at a time. While the thing behind me matched every move I made, I finally reached my bedroom door and carefully turned the handle, trying not to make any noise. But the moment I stepped into the room, the footsteps in the hallway stopped. Complete silence again, like whatever had been following me had just vanished. I closed the door as quietly as I could and stood there with my back against it, listening for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. The house had gone back to its normal nighttime quiet, and I started to wonder if maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But then I looked at my friend sleeping in the bed, and I realized something that made my skin crawl. He was lying in exactly the same position he'd been in when I left the room. Same angle, same posture, even his breathing sounded exactly the same. It was like he hadn't moved at all during the entire time I'd been gone. That's not normal. People shift and move in their sleep, even when they're dead tired. But my friend looked like he'd been frozen in place, like someone had hit a pause button on him while I was out of the room. I spent the rest of the night sitting in the chair by the window, too scared to get back in the bed and too wired to sleep. I just sat there watching my friend and listening to the house, waiting for morning to come so we could get out of there. When my friend finally woke up around 8 a.m., he looked at me sitting in the chair and asked if I'd slept okay. I started to tell him what had happened, but something in his expression made me stop. He was looking at me like he had no idea what I was talking about, but also like he was scared to hear the rest of the story. I asked him if he'd heard anything during the night, and he went quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. I heard everything. The footsteps, the door opening, something moving around in the hallway. I just pretended to be asleep because I didn't want whatever it was to notice me. So he'd been awake the entire time, listening to the same things I'd heard, but lying there frozen with fear, pretending to sleep. We'd both been terrified by the same sounds, but neither of us had wanted to acknowledge what was happening. That should have been enough to convince everyone to pack up and leave immediately, but when we told the others what we'd experienced, they looked at us like we were crazy. They said old houses make weird noises, and maybe we'd just gotten spooked by normal settling sounds, and our imagination had run wild. So we stayed for the second night. Big mistake. The second night was when I saw it. I was lying in bed around midnight, wide awake, because there was no way I was going to sleep after what had happened the night before. My friend was actually asleep this time, snoring softly beside me, and I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling and listening for any unusual sounds. The house had been quiet for maybe an hour when I saw something move past the window. At first I thought it might be a tree branch or something blowing in the wind. But when I looked more carefully, I realized it was a shadow moving slowly along the side of the house. Not a random shadow, but a distinctly human-shaped shadow that was walking deliberately from one end of the house to the other. I got up and looked out the window, trying to see what was casting the shadow. The backyard was empty as far as I could see, just overgrown grass and a few scraggly trees. But the shadow kept moving, like someone was walking along the outside wall of the house, just below the window line where I couldn't see them. Then the shadow stopped directly in front of my window. I couldn't see the person or thing casting the shadow, but I could see its silhouette clearly on the ground outside. It was tall and thin, with unnaturally long arms that hung down past where a normal person's arms should end. And it was standing perfectly still, like it was looking up at my window. I backed away from the glass and sat down on the edge of the bed, hoping that whatever was outside would move on and leave me alone. But the shadow didn't move. It just stood there for what felt like forever, and I had the horrible feeling that something was staring directly at me, even though I couldn't see its eyes. After maybe 10 minutes, the shadow started moving again, but instead of walking away, it was moving toward the front of the house. I could track its progress by watching it pass by the other windows, and I realized it was heading for the front door. That's when I heard the laughing. It started as just a quiet chuckle coming from somewhere outside the house, but it got louder and more distinct as whatever was making the sound got closer to the front of the house. It wasn't a normal laugh either. It sounded forced and artificial, like someone was trying to imitate laughter without understanding what makes something funny. The laughter was coming from the kitchen area now, which meant whatever was outside had made it to the front of the house. And it was getting louder, more manic, like whatever was making the sound was getting more excited about something. I shook my friend awake and told him to listen. His eyes went wide when he heard the laughter, and we both just sat there on the bed, frozen with terror, while that horrible sound continued outside the house. But then the laughter moved inside. I don't know how or when whatever was outside got into the house, but suddenly the laughing was coming from the kitchen, clear as day. Not muffled by walls or windows, but right there inside the house with us. My friend grabbed my arm and whispered that we needed to get out of there immediately, but to leave the house we'd have to go down the hallway and past the kitchen where that thing was laughing. We were trapped. The laughter continued for maybe 5 more minutes, then stopped abruptly. Complete silence again, but somehow that was even more terrifying than the sound had been. At least when it was laughing, we knew where it was. Now it could be anywhere in the house. We sat on that bed holding our breath and listening for any sign of movement, but the house had gone back to being completely quiet. After about 20 minutes of silence, my friend whispered that maybe whatever it was had left. But I didn't think so. I had this gut feeling that something was still in the house with us, just staying quiet and waiting for us to let our guard down. I was right. Around 2 in the morning, we heard the front door slam shut with tremendous force. The whole house shook, and we could hear things rattling and falling over in other rooms. Then footsteps started up again, but these were different from the night before. These were heavy, aggressive footsteps, like someone stomping through the house in boots. The stomping moved from room to room, getting closer to the hallway where our bedroom was located. We could hear doors being thrown open and slammed shut, like whatever was in the house was searching for something or someone. When the footsteps reached the hallway, they stopped right outside our bedroom door. I could see the shadow of feet underneath the door, and I could hear heavy breathing on the other side. Not normal breathing, but this labored, wheezing sound, like something that was having trouble getting enough air. The door handle started to rattle, gently at first, then more violently. Whatever was on the other side was trying to get in, but the door was locked, and it couldn't figure out how to open it. My friend and I looked at each other, and I could see the same terror in his eyes that I was feeling. We were trapped in that room with something that clearly wanted to get to us, and our only escape route was blocked. The door handle stopped rattling, and for a moment I thought maybe the thing had given up and moved on. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold. Scratching sounds, like fingernails or claws being dragged across the wooden door, starting at the bottom and moving slowly upward. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, methodical and persistent, like whatever was out there was trying to claw its way through the door. Sometimes it would pause for a few seconds, then start up again with renewed intensity. My friend was quietly crying by this point, and I was trying not to hyperventilate. We both knew that if that thing got into our room, we weren't going to survive the encounter. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, the scratching stopped. The footsteps moved away from our door and back down the hallway, growing fainter until we couldn't hear them anymore. We waited until we saw sunlight coming through the window before we dared to unlock the door and look outside. The hallway was empty, but there were deep gouges in our door where something had been clawing at the wood. That was it for us. We packed our stuff immediately and left without even saying goodbye to the owner. My friend called the others and told them we were heading home early, and for once, nobody argued with us. As we were loading our bags into the car, I looked back at the house one more time. In one of the upstairs windows, I saw a dark figure standing there watching us leave. It was just a silhouette against the glass, but I could tell it was tall and thin with those unnaturally long arms I'd seen in the shadow the night before. The figure raised one of those long arms in what looked like a wave goodbye, and I practically dove into the car. We drove away from that place as fast as we could and never looked back. I've never stayed in another Airbnb since then, and I'll never go back to that town. Sometimes I wonder about other people who've rented that house and whether they've experienced the same things we did. I hope the owner eventually figured out there was something wrong with the place and stopped renting it out. But part of me thinks that whatever was in that house doesn't want it to stay empty. It wants people to come and stay there, to experience its presence and feed its need for fear and terror. And as long as people keep booking that house online without knowing its history, it's going to keep getting what it wants. All I know is that I'll never forget the sound of that laughter echoing through the house, or the feeling of something scratching at our door trying to get in. Some experiences change you permanently, and that weekend was definitely one of them. Nadishti. Story 9. I was 16 when this happened, visiting my grandmother's house in Sindh, Pakistan, during summer vacation. My parents had sent me there for 2 months because they thought I needed to connect with my roots and spend time with family. I wasn't thrilled about being away from my friends and my normal routine, but my grandmother's house was actually pretty nice, and I got along well with my cousins who lived nearby. The house itself was really old, probably built in the 1930s or 40s. It was one of those traditional Pakistani houses with long corridors, high ceilings, and thick walls that kept the interior cool even when it was blazing hot outside. The rooms were spacious but dimly lit, with small windows that didn't let in much light. There was this one room that nobody ever used, tucked away at the end of the longest corridor in the house. It had an old wooden almirah in the corner that looked like it had been there since the house was built. The wood was dark and heavy, carved with intricate patterns that had faded with age. It was the kind of furniture piece that probably weighed 500 pounds and would take 6 men to move. During my first week there, I asked my grandmother why nobody used that room, and she just shrugged and said it was for storage. But I noticed that whenever we walked past it, she'd pick up her pace slightly, like she didn't want to linger in front of the door. My cousins and I spent most of our time in the main sitting room, which had a TV and comfortable cushions on the floor. We'd watch Pakistani dramas on our phones, play card games, and gossip about school and friends. It was actually fun once I got used to the slower pace of life there. One evening, about 3 weeks into my visit, 4 of us were sitting in that main room watching some drama series on my cousin's phone. It was probably around 10:30 at night, and the rest of the house was quiet. My grandmother had gone to bed early like she always did, and my aunt was in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner. We were completely absorbed in the show, some romantic drama that my cousins were obsessed with when we heard this sound coming from down the hallway. It was a soft knocking, 3 taps in a row, coming from the direction of that unused room with the old almirah. At first, we all just looked at each other and didn't say anything. Old houses make noises, right? Maybe it was the wood expanding and contracting, or pipes settling, or something totally normal like that. But then it happened again. 3 deliberate knocks, same rhythm, same volume, definitely coming from that room at the end of the hall. My oldest cousin paused the video, and we all sat there listening. The house was completely quiet, except for the sound of my aunt moving around in the kitchen, which was in the opposite direction from where the knocking had come from. We waited maybe 2 minutes, and just when we were starting to convince ourselves it had been nothing, we heard it again. 3 knocks, but this time They were followed by a scratching sound, like fingernails being dragged across wood. That's when we all got scared. My cousin, who was closest to the hallway, crept over to the doorway and peered down the corridor toward the unused room. She came back and whispered that she couldn't see anything, but the scratching sound was still going on. We could all hear it now, a slow, deliberate scraping that seemed to be coming from inside the Almirah. I suggested maybe it was a rat or some other animal that had gotten trapped inside the old wardrobe. That made sense, right? An animal could make knocking sounds if it was trying to get out, and it would definitely scratch at the wood. But my cousins all shook their heads. They said their grandmother kept the house very clean and that they'd never had problems with rats or mice. Plus, the Almirah was always kept closed, so how would an animal get inside? The scratching continued for maybe 5 more minutes, then stopped abruptly. We sat there in tense silence, waiting to see if it would start up again, but the house went back to being completely quiet. After about 10 minutes of nothing happening, we tried to go back to watching the show, but none of us could concentrate. We kept looking toward the hallway, expecting to hear the sounds again. Around midnight, when we were getting ready to go to our respective rooms to sleep, the knocking started again. But this time it was louder and more insistent. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks, pause. Like someone was trying to get our attention and getting frustrated that we weren't responding. My youngest cousin started to get really scared and said she wanted to wake up her grandmother. But the rest of us convinced her not to, because we didn't want to seem like silly kids who were afraid of normal house noises. So we decided to investigate. Looking back, this was probably the stupidest decision we could have made, but when you're 16 and trying to prove you're not scared, logic goes out the window. We grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and crept down the long corridor toward the unused room. The hallway felt different at night. During the day, it was just a normal passage connecting the rooms, but in the darkness, it seemed to stretch on forever. The high ceilings created these deep shadows that our flashlight couldn't quite reach, and every step we took seemed to echo more than it should have. When we reached the door to the unused room, we stopped and listened. The knocking had stopped, but we could still hear that scratching sound, fainter now, but definitely coming from inside the room. My oldest cousin slowly turned the door handle and pushed the door open. The hinges creaked loudly, and we all winced because the sound seemed deafening in the quiet house. The room was pitch black, except for what our flashlight illuminated. We could see the old Almirah in the corner, standing silent and imposing like it had been for decades. Everything looked normal, but the scratching sound was definitely coming from inside the wardrobe. We approached the Almirah carefully, and I noticed that my hands were shaking as I held the flashlight. When we got close enough, we could hear the scratching more clearly. It sounded like something with claws or long fingernails, methodically scraping against the inside of the wooden doors. My cousin reached for the handle of the Almirah, and I wanted to tell her to stop, that this was a terrible idea, but I was too scared to speak. She grabbed the handle and slowly pulled one of the doors open. The scratching stopped immediately. We all held our breath and peered into the interior of the old wardrobe. It was mostly empty, except for an old white dupatta hanging from a rusty hook on the back wall. The fabric looked like it had been there for years, yellowed with age and covered in dust. There was nothing else inside, no animal, no explanation for the sounds we'd been hearing, just that old piece of cloth hanging motionless in the stale air. We stood there for maybe 30 seconds, shining the flashlight around the interior of the Almirah and trying to make sense of what we'd heard. Then my cousin closed the door and we backed away from the wardrobe. As we were leaving the room, I looked back one more time and could have sworn I saw the dupatta moving slightly, like it was swaying in a breeze. But there was no air circulation in that closed room, no reason for the fabric to be moving. We went back to the main sitting room and tried to convince ourselves that we'd solved the mystery. Maybe there had been an animal inside the Almira after all, and when we opened it, the animal had escaped while we weren't looking. It was thin logic, but it was better than admitting we had no idea what had been making those sounds. But deep down, all of us knew that what we'd heard hadn't been made by any animal. The scratching had been too deliberate, too rhythmic. It sounded like something intelligent was inside that wardrobe, trying to communicate or trying to get out. We decided not to tell anyone about what had happened. My grandmother was elderly, and we didn't want to worry her, and we were pretty sure the adults would just dismiss our story as teenage imagination anyway. The next morning, I was helping my aunt with breakfast when I casually mentioned the old Almira in the unused room. I asked if there was any story behind it, if it had belonged to someone special or had been in the family for a long time. My aunt got this strange expression on her face and was quiet for a moment before answering. She said the Almira had been there since before she was born and that her mother had always been a little superstitious about it. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. She said my grandmother had once mentioned something about a knife story connected to the Almira, but had never explained what she meant by that. A knife story. What the hell was a knife story? I wanted to ask more questions, but my aunt clearly didn't want to continue the conversation. She changed the subject and started talking about what we were going to cook for lunch. That evening, my cousins and I were back in the main sitting room, but none of us could focus on whatever we were supposed to be doing. We kept glancing toward the hallway, waiting for the sounds to start again. Around 10:15 they did, the same pattern of 3 knocks, followed by that methodical scratching. But tonight it seemed louder, more urgent, like whatever was inside the Almira was getting more agitated. We tried to ignore it at first, but the sounds continued for over an hour. The knocking would stop for a few minutes, then start again, sometimes accompanied by what sounded like whispered voices coming from inside the wardrobe. Finally, my youngest cousin couldn't take it anymore. She started crying and said she was scared and wanted to go home. The rest of us weren't much braver, but we were trying to act tough. That's when we decided to wake up my grandmother and tell her what was happening. We found her in her bedroom, and when we explained about the sounds coming from the unused room, she didn't look surprised. She looked tired and a little sad, like this was something she'd been expecting to deal with eventually. She got up and put on her robe, then led us all down the hallway to the unused room. When we got there, the sounds had stopped, but my grandmother walked directly to the Almira without hesitation. She opened both doors of the wardrobe and looked inside for a long moment. Then she reached up and adjusted the old dupatta, smoothing it down and repositioning it on its hook. She stood there for maybe a minute, not saying anything, just looking at that piece of old fabric. Then she closed the doors and turned to face us. What she said next gave me chills that I still get when I think about it. She said, "It's an old Almira. Old things must live there." That was it. No explanation, no reassurance that everything was normal, just this cryptic statement that seemed to acknowledge that something was indeed residing in that old wardrobe. She told us to go back to bed and not to worry about the sounds anymore. She said some things in old houses just had to be accepted, and that as long as we didn't disturb what lived in the Almira, it wouldn't disturb us. But I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about what my grandmother had said, and about the knife story my aunt had mentioned. What had happened in that room? What was the connection between the Almira and whatever tragedy had occurred there? I never found out the answers to those questions. My grandmother refused to discuss it further, and my aunt changed the subject whenever I brought it up. My cousins were just as curious as I was, but none of the adults would give us any real information. For the rest of my stay, we avoided that end of the house as much as possible. When we had to walk past the unused room, we'd do it quickly and quietly, trying not to draw attention to ourselves. The sounds continued occasionally, usually late at night when the house was quiet. Sometimes just the knocking, sometimes the scratching. And once I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice calling out from inside the Almirah in Urdu. But I couldn't make out what she was saying. When it came time for me to return home to my parents, I was honestly relieved to be leaving that house. As much as I'd grown to love my grandmother and enjoyed spending time with my cousins, there was something unsettling about that place that I couldn't shake. On my last day, my grandmother pulled me aside and gave me some advice. She said that some houses have long memories and that the past doesn't always stay buried the way it should. She told me that if I ever heard strange sounds in any house I lived in, I should acknowledge them respectfully but not try to investigate or interfere. She said curiosity about the supernatural was dangerous and that some mysteries were better left unsolved. I've visited my grandmother's house several times since then, but I'm always careful to avoid that unused room. Even during daytime visits, I make sure to stay away from that end of the hallway. My younger cousins who have grown up in the house seem to have the same instinctive avoidance of that room that I developed. A few years ago, I asked my mother if she knew anything about the history of my grandmother's house, particularly about anything involving violence or tragedy. She was reluctant to discuss it, but eventually told me that there had been some kind of incident many years ago, before she was born. She said a woman had died in that house under circumstances that were never fully explained. The official cause of death was listed as an accident, but there had been rumors in the family about domestic violence and a knife being involved. My mother said the woman had been staying in that unused room when she died, and that the old Almirah had belonged to her. After her death, the room had been closed off and used only for storage because the family felt uncomfortable occupying the space where such a tragedy had occurred. That explained the knife story my aunt had mentioned, and it gave context to the sounds we'd heard coming from inside the wardrobe. Whether you believe in supernatural explanations or not, there was clearly some kind of residual energy in that room connected to the woman who had died there. I still think about that visit sometimes, especially late at night when I'm alone in my own house and I hear unexplained sounds. I remember my grandmother's advice about acknowledging but not investigating, and I've followed it religiously, because some things are better left alone and some stories are better left unfinished. What happened in that room with the old Almirah is one of those stories, and I'm okay with never knowing the complete truth about what we experienced that summer. All I know is that when I heard those scratching sounds and that knocking coming from inside that old wardrobe, I was hearing something that shouldn't have been there. And even though I never saw anything with my own eyes, I felt the presence of something that was desperately trying to communicate from beyond whatever barrier separates the living from the dead. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe old houses really do hold on to the memories of trauma and tragedy. Either way, I'll never forget the sound of those fingernails scratching against wood, or the way that old dupatta seemed to move when there was no breeze to disturb it. And I'll never forget my grandmother's matter-of-fact acceptance that some things in old houses just have to be lived with, whether we understand them or not. Story 10. When I was 17, my friends and I found this abandoned house that became our regular hangout spot. It was about half a mile into the woods behind our neighborhood, far enough from civilization that we could be as loud as we wanted without anyone bothering us. The place was perfect for what we needed, which was basically somewhere to escape our parents and do typical teenage stuff without supervision. The house wasn't completely abandoned in the sense that it was falling apart. It was more like someone had started building it and then just stopped halfway through. The structure was solid, with 2 floors and a roof, but a lot of the interior work was unfinished. No flooring in some rooms, exposed wiring hanging from the ceiling, and this general unfinished feeling that made it obvious no one had ever actually lived there. We'd been using the place as our hangout for about 6 months when this happened. We'd brought in furniture that people were throwing away, an old couch someone found on the curb, a couple of folding chairs, even a small TV that still worked if you hit it just right. We'd sweep the floors regularly and had turned the main room on the first floor into a pretty decent space for hanging out. There was this one small room off to the side that we never used. It was maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, and it was filled with construction debris and trash that the builders had left behind. Chunks of drywall, empty paint cans, pieces of wood, just random junk that would have been expensive to haul away properly. We always figured we'd clean it out eventually, but there was never any urgent need to, since we had plenty of space in the main area. The room had this weird feeling to it that none of us ever talked about directly, but I think we all noticed. It was colder than the rest of the house, even in summer, and it had this stale smell that reminded me of basements and attics. Not terrible, just unpleasant enough that you didn't want to spend time in there. On the night everything went wrong, there were 5 of us at the house. It was a Friday in October, and we'd brought sleeping bags and planned to spend the night there like we'd done a few times before. We had snacks, sodas, and were planning to stay up late playing cards and just hanging out like we always did. Around 11 p.m., we were sitting in our main room talking and joking around when we started hearing these strange noises coming from the small room. At first, it sounded like mice or rats scurrying around in the debris. Old buildings have rodents, that's just normal, so we didn't think much of it initially. But the sounds got louder and more distinct. Instead of the quick scratching you'd expect from small animals, these were slower, more deliberate movements, like someone was carefully moving pieces of debris around, picking things up and setting them down. One of my friends joked that maybe we had a homeless person living in there, someone who'd been hiding in the room while we hung out and was just now coming out to look for food. It was meant to be funny, but honestly, the idea was kind of scary. What if someone really was living in that room without us knowing? We decided to investigate, not because we were brave, but because we needed to know if our hangout spot was compromised. If someone else was using the house, we'd have to find a new place to meet up. I grabbed a flashlight from our supplies, and all 5 of us approached the small room together. The sounds had stopped by the time we got to the doorway, but we could see that some of the debris had definitely been moved around. Pieces of wood that had been stacked against one wall were now scattered across the floor. We spent maybe 5 minutes looking around the room with the flashlight, checking behind piles of junk to see if anyone was hiding in there. We didn't find any sign of human occupation, no bedding or personal belongings or anything that would suggest someone was living there. But the debris had definitely been disturbed. There was no question about that. Someone or something had been moving things around in that room. We went back to our main area and tried to continue our normal hangout, but everyone was on edge. We kept listening for more sounds from the small room, and every little creak or settling noise the old house made seemed amplified and threatening. Around midnight, the sounds started again. But this time, they were different. Instead of things being moved around, we heard what sounded like knocking. 3 slow, deliberate knocks, followed by silence, then 3 more knocks. The knocking continued for maybe 10 minutes, always the same pattern, always coming from the small room. We sat there frozen, not knowing what to do. The sound was too rhythmic and purposeful to be caused by animals, but we'd just checked the room and found no signs of human presence. Then one of my friends got fed up and decided to do something about it. He grabbed a piece of loose drywall from our main room and hurled it toward the small room, aiming for the doorway. The knocking stopped immediately when the drywall hit the floor of the small room. But a few seconds later, something flew back out of the room and landed at our feet. It was a chunk of wood, about the same size as the drywall piece my friend had thrown. We all stared at that piece of wood lying on the floor between us and the small room. There was no mistaking what had just happened. My friend had thrown something into the room, and something had thrown something back out at us. That should have been our cue to pack up and leave immediately. But when you're 17 and with your friends, leaving feels like admitting you're scared, and none of us wanted to be the one to suggest we bail out. So we stayed. My friend, who was probably the most religious in our group, had brought along this small crucifix that his grandmother had given him. It wasn't something he normally carried around, but his family was really Catholic, and he'd grabbed it from his room when packing his overnight bag. He decided that maybe we were dealing with something supernatural, and that the cross might help protect us or calm down whatever was in that room. So he took a white bandana from his backpack, wrapped the crucifix in it, and hung the whole thing from a nail that was sticking out of the wall directly across from the entrance to the small room. We all gathered around and watched as he positioned the wrapped cross. It hung there perfectly still, the white fabric bright against the dingy wall of the unfinished house. For about 10 minutes, nothing happened. We started to feel a little silly for getting so worked up over what were probably just normal sounds from an old building. Maybe we'd let our imaginations run away with us. But then we heard this scraping sound coming from the small room. Not like debris being moved around, but like something heavy being dragged across the floor. The sound continued for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. We were all staring toward the small room when we noticed that the bandana around the cross was moving. At first, we thought maybe there was a breeze coming through the house, even though we hadn't felt any air movement before. But as we watched, the white fabric slowly unwrapped itself from around the crucifix. Not like it was being blown by wind, but like invisible hands were carefully unwinding it. The bandana fell to the floor, leaving the cross hanging naked on the nail. We were all speechless, just watching this happen in real time and not believing what we were seeing. Then the cross itself started to move. It began rotating slowly on the nail, making small circles at first, then larger ones. The rotation got faster and faster until the cross was spinning like a pinwheel, making this soft whistling sound as it cut through the air. We were all backing away from the wall when one of my friends completely lost it. He'd been holding this container of blue paint that we'd been using to touch up parts of our hangout space, and in his panic, he hurled the open container directly into the small room. The paint splashed against the far wall of the room with a loud crash, and immediately the spinning cross stopped. The sudden silence was almost as unsettling as the supernatural activity had been. But that's when we saw something that made all of us scream. Where the blue paint had hit the back wall of the small room, it hadn't just splattered randomly. The paint had formed this distinct shape, like a silhouette of a person. You could clearly see what looked like a head, shoulders, and arms spread out wide like someone was being crucified or surrendering. The figure was perfectly proportioned and detailed, way too precise to have been created by randomly thrown paint. It looked like someone had used a stencil to create the image, except we'd all watched the paint hit the wall and form that shape instantaneously. We were all standing there staring at this blue figure on the wall when my friend with the camera phone started taking pictures. He wanted evidence of what we'd seen, proof that we hadn't imagined the whole thing. But when he showed us the photos on his phone screen, they looked completely normal. Just a wall with random paint splatters, no mysterious figure, nothing unusual at all. The camera wasn't picking up what our eyes could clearly see. That's when we knew we were dealing with something way beyond our understanding. We grabbed our stuff and ran out of that house faster than I've ever moved in my life. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the woods, and even then we kept looking back to see if anything was following us. We never went back to that house. The next day we drove by the access road that led into the woods, but none of us had the courage to hike back in and retrieve the furniture and supplies we'd left behind. A few weeks later, some of the braver kids from school heard about our story and decided to check out the house for themselves. They came back with photos of the small room, and the blue paint figure was still there on the wall, clear as day. But just like with my friend's photos, the cameras couldn't capture what the human eye could see. In all the pictures, it just looked like random paint splatters. But everyone who visited the house in person could see the figure, and they all described it the same way we had. Word spread around school about the haunted house in the woods, and for a while, visiting it became this dare that kids would challenge each other to complete. But after a few months, people stopped going. I heard from someone that the local authorities eventually found the house and declared it a safety hazard. Apparently, they boarded it up and posted no trespassing signs around the property. But I don't know if that's true, because I've never had the nerve to go back and check. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed longer that night, or if we'd tried to communicate with whatever was in that room. But mostly, I'm grateful that we were smart enough to run when things got too intense. I still have nightmares sometimes about that spinning cross and the blue figure on the wall. Not because they were particularly scary images, but because of what they represented. We'd encountered something that existed outside the normal rules of reality, something that could manipulate physical objects and create images that cameras couldn't record. The rational part of my brain tries to explain it away. Maybe there was an electromagnetic field in that area that caused hallucinations. Maybe we were all influenced by group psychology and saw things that weren't really there. Maybe the paint happened to splatter in a vaguely human shape and our brains filled in the details. But I know what I saw that night, and I know it wasn't natural. Whatever was in that small room wasn't just some random ghost or spirit. It was something intelligent and interactive. Something that could respond to our actions and manipulate the physical world in ways that defied explanation. And the fact that it seemed to be focused on that one small room, like it was trapped or confined there, makes me wonder what kind of tragedy or violence might have occurred during the construction of that house. Maybe someone died during the building process and their spirit became attached to the location. Maybe the house was built on land that had some kind of dark history, or maybe some previous visitors had done something to awaken or attract whatever was living in that room. I'll never know the answers to those questions, and honestly, I don't want to. Some mysteries are better left unsolved, especially when solving them might put you in danger. But I've never forgotten the lesson I learned that night. When supernatural things start happening around you, the smart move is to leave immediately. Don't try to investigate, don't try to communicate, don't try to document or understand what's happening. Just run, because some things that exist in this world are too powerful and too alien for regular people to deal with safely. And when you encounter one of those things, your only goal should be to get away from it as quickly as possible. That blue figure is probably still on the wall of that small room, waiting for the next group of curious teenagers to discover it. And I hope whoever finds it is smarter than we were and doesn't stick around to see what else that place is capable of. Story 11. I was doing archaeological research in Peru for 3 months, staying at this colonial hotel in the heart of Cusco. The place was supposedly over 400 years old, built right on top of original Inca stone foundations that you could still see in the basement and lower walls. It was the kind of place that attracted researchers like me because it was cheap, centrally located, and had that authentic historical atmosphere that made you feel connected to the past. The building itself was like a maze. Narrow corridors that twisted and turned in directions that didn't make logical sense, with different levels connected by stone steps that had been worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. My room was on the 3rd floor, accessible only by climbing 2 different staircases and navigating through what felt like a labyrinth of hallways. During peak season, the hotel would be packed with tourists, but I was there during the low season in late fall, so the place was almost empty. Most nights, I felt like I was the only guest in the entire building, which was both peaceful and a little unsettling. My room was small but comfortable, with thick stone walls that kept the temperature cool even during the day. The window was tiny, maybe 2 feet square, and looked out onto an interior courtyard that never seemed to get much sunlight. The view wasn't much, just old stone walls and some struggling plants that the hotel staff tried to maintain. For the first few weeks, everything was normal. I'd spend my days at the archaeological sites around Cusco, come back to the hotel in the evening exhausted and covered in dust, shower off the day's work, and fall asleep easily in the comfortable bed. But after about a month, I started having trouble sleeping. Every night around 2 a.m., I'd wake up to the sound of someone running in the hallways. Not just walking quickly, but actually running, like a child playing, or someone in a panic trying to get somewhere fast. The footsteps were distinctive. They sounded small and light, definitely not adult feet, and they were always barefoot. I could tell because of the slapping sound they made against the cold stone floors as they ran from one end of the corridor to the other. At first, I assumed it was probably a guest's child who couldn't sleep and was burning off energy by running around. Hotels can be boring for kids, and parents sometimes let them run in the hallways if they think no one else will be disturbed. But the more I listened, the more I realized the pattern was always exactly the same. The running would start at the far end of my corridor, race past my door, continue to the other end, then turn around and come back. Over and over, for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, then stop abruptly. After a few nights of this, I decided to look out into the hallway and see what was going on. I figured I'd have a friendly word with whoever was letting their kid run around at 2 in the morning, just to ask if they could keep it down a bit. I waited until I heard the footsteps approaching my door, then quietly opened it and peered out into the corridor. The hallway was completely empty. But I could still hear the running footsteps clear as day, moving past my door and continuing toward the other end of the corridor. The sound was right there in front of me, but there was absolutely nothing visible that could be making it. I stepped out into the hallway and looked both directions. Empty stone corridor, dimly lit by a few wall sconces, no sign of any person or animal. But the footsteps were still going, now at the far end of the hall, turning around for another pass. I stood there watching as the invisible runner came back toward me. I could track the sound perfectly, could tell exactly where the footsteps were at any given moment, but I couldn't see anything creating them. When the sound reached the spot where I was standing, I felt this rush of cold air pass by me, like someone had just run past me at full speed. The sensation was so real that I instinctively stepped back against the wall to get out of the way, but there was nobody there. I went back into my room and locked the door, my heart pounding like crazy. I tried to rationalize what I'd just experienced. Maybe the acoustics in the old building were playing tricks on me, carrying sounds from other floors or other parts of the hotel. Maybe there was some kind of plumbing issue that created sounds that resembled footsteps. But I knew what I'd heard and felt. Those were definitely footsteps, and that cold rush of air had definitely been caused by someone or something moving past me at high speed. The next night, the same thing happened at exactly the same time. 2 a.m. on the dot, the running footsteps would start up and continue for 10 to 15 minutes before stopping. This time, I was ready for it. I had positioned myself by the door with it cracked open slightly, so I could see into the hallway the moment the running started. What I saw made my blood freeze. There was a child running in the hallway, but it wasn't a normal child. It looked like a young indigenous kid, maybe 7 or 8 years old, wearing what appeared to be some kind of rough, old-fashioned clothing. But the child was translucent, like I was looking at them through frosted glass. The kid was running back and forth in the corridor with this desperate, frantic energy, like they were trying to escape from something or reach someone who couldn't hear them calling. Their feet barely seemed to touch the ground, but somehow they were still making those clear footstep sounds on the stone floor. As I watched, the child ran directly toward my door. When they got close, I could see their face more clearly, and what I saw broke my heart. The kid's eyes were completely empty. not just dark, but hollow, like looking into deep wells. And their mouth was open like they were screaming, but no sound was coming out except for the slapping of their feet on the stone. The child ran right past my partially open door, and as they passed, I felt that same rush of cold air. But this time, I also caught a scent that made me nauseous. It smelled like fear and sickness and death, all mixed together into something that made my stomach turn. I slammed the door shut and backed away from it, shaking uncontrollably. I knew I hadn't imagined what I'd just seen. That ghostly child was real, and they were running through my hallway every night at 2 a.m., trapped in some kind of endless loop of panic and desperation. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat in the chair by my window, listening to the running footsteps and trying to figure out what I should do. Should I tell the hotel management? Should I request a different room? Should I just pack up and find somewhere else to stay? The next morning, I went down to the front desk and casually asked the clerk about the history of the building. I said I was interested as an archaeologist, which was true, but really I was hoping to get some information that might explain what I'd been experiencing. The clerk, an older man who'd worked at the hotel for decades, was happy to share what he knew. He told me the building had indeed been constructed in the 1600s, built on the foundations of an Inca structure that had been torn down by the Spanish colonizers. But then he told me something that made my skin crawl. During the colonial period, this building had been used as a forced school for indigenous children. The Spanish authorities would take kids away from their families in the surrounding villages and bring them here to be educated and converted to Christianity. The conditions had been brutal. Children were forbidden to speak their native languages, practice their traditional customs, or have any contact with their families. They were essentially prisoners, kept in overcrowded rooms with inadequate food and medical care. Many of the children died from diseases they'd never been exposed to before, or from malnutrition and abuse. The clerk said that according to local records, dozens of kids had died in this building over the years it operated as a school. The program had been shut down eventually, but not before causing immense suffering to multiple generations of indigenous families who lost their children to this system of cultural genocide. When the clerk finished telling me this history, he looked at me carefully and asked if I'd been having any unusual experiences during my stay. I told him about the running footsteps, and he nodded like this was something he'd heard before. He said that over the years, many guests had reported similar experiences. Children running in the hallways at night, sounds of crying coming from empty rooms, sudden drops in temperature, and the smell of sickness and fear that seemed to linger in certain parts of the building. The hotel management didn't advertise these supernatural occurrences, obviously, but they were well documented among the staff and long-term guests. The clerk said he believed the children who had died in the building were still trapped here, still running through the corridors, trying to escape or find their way back to their families. He offered to move me to a different room, but honestly, I felt like that would be running away from something important. These kids had been forgotten by history, their suffering dismissed and ignored for centuries. If one of them was trying to communicate with me, maybe I owed it to them to stay and listen. So I decided to remain in my room and see if I could somehow help this ghostly child find peace. That night, I prepared myself mentally for the 2 a.m. encounter. I set up a chair in the hallway outside my room and waited for the running footsteps to begin. When they started, I spoke out loud to the empty corridor. I said that I could see them, that I knew they were there, and that I understood they had suffered terribly in this place. I told them that people now knew about what had happened to the indigenous children in this building, and that their stories were being told and remembered. The running footsteps stopped immediately. The silence in the hallway was complete and heavy, like the entire building was holding its breath. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, not knowing if I should say something else or just wait. Then I heard the softest whisper coming from right in front of me. Help me." The voice was small and scared, definitely a child's voice, speaking in accented English with the grammar of someone who was still learning the language. I asked what kind of help they needed, and the voice replied with something that broke my heart. "I want to go home. I want to see my mama." This poor kid had been trapped in this building for hundreds of years, separated from their family and culture, still trying to find their way back to the life that had been stolen from them. I told them that their family was waiting for them in whatever comes after this life, and that it was okay for them to stop running and let go of this place that had caused them so much pain. I said that their people remembered them, that their culture had survived despite the attempts to destroy it, and that they could be proud of who they were and where they came from. The temperature in the hallway dropped noticeably, and I could see my breath in small puffs as I spoke. But instead of feeling scared, I felt this profound sadness for this lost child who had been carrying their trauma for centuries. Then I felt something touch my hand. It was light and cold, like a child's small fingers gently grasping mine. The touch lasted only a few seconds, but it was real and unmistakable. The voice whispered "thank you" in what sounded like Quechua, the indigenous language that would have been this child's mother tongue. After that, the presence faded away. The temperature returned to normal, and the oppressive feeling of sadness that had been weighing down the hallway lifted like a fog clearing. I never heard the running footsteps again during the rest of my stay at that hotel. When I told the desk clerk what had happened, he smiled and said that several other guests over the years had reported similar encounters that ended with the child's spirit apparently finding peace and moving on. He said the hotel had become a kind of way station for helping these lost souls resolve their unfinished business and transition to whatever comes next. Before I left Cusco, I did some research on the forced school that had operated in that building. I found records of some of the children who had died there, including approximate ages and the villages they'd been taken from. I also learned about the cultural practices around death and the afterlife in the indigenous communities of that region. Many of these cultures believe that children who die far from home can become lost spirits, unable to find their way to their ancestors until someone helps guide them. I think that's what I was able to do for that little ghost who had been running through the hotel corridors for hundreds of years. I acknowledged their suffering, validated their identity and culture, and gave them permission to stop trying to escape and start the journey toward their family and ancestors. It was one of the most profound experiences I've ever had, both heartbreaking and beautiful at the same time. That child had been waiting centuries for someone to see them as a real person, rather than just a scary ghost story. I still think about that encounter whenever I'm working on archaeological sites that have dark histories. How many lost spirits are attached to places where terrible things happened? How many victims of historical violence are still trapped, waiting for acknowledgement and compassion from the living? I've never had another supernatural experience quite like that one, but I've carried the lesson with me. Sometimes the dead just want their stories to be heard and their humanity to be recognized. And sometimes that simple act of witness and compassion is enough to help them find the peace that was denied to them in life. That little indigenous child taught me that history isn't just about facts and dates and artifacts. It's about real people who suffered real trauma, and some of them are still carrying that trauma even after death. The least we can do is listen to them, honor their experience, and help them find their way home. Story 12. I moved to Lisbon when I was 25 to study Portuguese for 6 months. I'd gotten this language immersion scholarship and figured living in Portugal would be the perfect way to become fluent while experiencing European culture. I found this apartment in Bairro Alto through a local rental agency, and honestly, the price was too good to pass up for the location. The building was from the 18th century, one of those narrow, tall structures that line the steep cobblestone streets of old Lisbon. The apartment was on the third floor, accessible only by climbing this winding staircase that creaked with every step. The walls were covered in traditional blue and white azulejo tiles that were probably original to the building, and the ceilings had these exposed wooden beams that gave the place a lot of character. My apartment was small but comfortable, with a tiny kitchen, a living area, one bedroom, and a bathroom that had clearly been updated sometime in the past few decades. The best part was the location. I could walk to restaurants, bars, and my Portuguese classes, and the neighborhood had this vibrant energy that made me feel like I was really living the European experience. For the first month, everything was perfect. My Portuguese was improving rapidly. I was making friends in my classes, and I loved exploring the city during my free time. The apartment felt like home, and I was already planning to extend my stay if possible. But then strange things started happening. It began with small stuff that I initially dismissed as just me being absent-minded while adjusting to a new place. I'd leave my keys on the kitchen counter and find them on my bedside table. Books that I'd organized on my shelf would be rearranged in different order when I came home. My coffee mug would be in the bathroom sink instead of the kitchen sink, where I was sure I'd left it. At first, I figured I was just being forgetful because I was speaking Portuguese all day, and my brain was exhausted from constantly translating. When you're thinking in a foreign language, it's easy to do things automatically and not remember exactly where you put stuff. But after a couple of weeks, the incidents became harder to explain away. I'd come home from class to find my bathroom door open when I specifically remembered closing it before I left. Not just unlocked, but standing wide open like someone had walked through it and not bothered to close it behind them. One evening, I came back from dinner with some classmates and found all the windows in my apartment open. Every single one, including the bedroom window that had a stiff latch that took real effort to open. I definitely hadn't opened them before leaving, and there was no reason for anyone else to have been in my apartment. The landlord had given me the only set of keys, and there were no signs of forced entry. All the locks were still secure, nothing was missing, and there was no indication that anyone had broken in. I started paying closer attention to how I left things when I went out, making mental notes of the exact position of objects and which doors and windows were open or closed. But the pattern continued. I'd return home to find things moved, doors opened, windows unlatched. The most unsettling incident happened after I'd been there for about 6 weeks. I was taking a shower one evening around 8 p.m. when I saw a silhouette through the frosted glass of the shower door. At first, I thought maybe it was just the shadow of my towel hanging on the door hook, creating some kind of optical illusion in the steamy bathroom. But as I watched, the silhouette moved, not swaying like fabric in a breeze, but moving deliberately, like a person shifting their weight from one foot to the other. I could see the outline clearly through the frosted glass. It was definitely human-shaped, tall and thin, standing just outside the shower door like someone was watching me. My heart started pounding, but I tried to stay calm. Maybe my landlord had come by for some reason and let himself in. Maybe there was an emergency in the building and someone needed to check all the apartments. I called out in Portuguese, asking if someone was there, but got no response. The silhouette remained motionless for maybe 30 seconds, then moved away from the shower door. I quickly rinsed the soap from my hair and turned off the water, then carefully opened the shower door. The bathroom was empty. I checked the entire apartment, looking in every room and closet, but I was completely alone. All the doors were still locked from the inside, and the windows were closed, just as I'd left them. But I knew what I'd seen. There had been someone standing outside my shower, watching me through the frosted glass. This incident really shook me up, and I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lie in bed listening for any sounds that might indicate someone was in my apartment, and every creak or settling noise the old building made seemed amplified and threatening. That's when the bathroom incidents escalated. Every time I showered after that first sighting, I'd see the same silhouette through the frosted glass. Always in the same position, always perfectly still, always disappearing when I opened the shower door to investigate. I tried showering at different times of day, thinking maybe it was some trick of light from outside my apartment. But it didn't matter if I showered in the morning, afternoon, or evening. The silhouette was always there. I also tried leaving the bathroom door open while I showered, thinking that if someone was actually getting into my apartment, I'd be able to see them approach. But even with the door open and a clear view of the hallway, I'd still see the silhouette through the shower glass, even though logically there was no way for anyone to be standing in that position. After 2 weeks of this, I was getting desperate for an explanation. I even took photos of the bathroom from different angles, trying to figure out what might be casting a shadow that looked like a person. But there was nothing in the bathroom that could create that specific silhouette. Then one night, something happened that made me realize I was dealing with something way beyond normal explanation. I was lying in bed around 3:15 in the morning when I felt someone sit down on the edge of my mattress. Not like someone climbing into bed, but the distinct sensation of additional weight pressing down on the corner of the bed near my feet. I opened my eyes and looked toward the foot of the bed, but I couldn't see anyone there. The room was dark, except for some street light coming through the window, but there was enough light to tell that I was alone. But the mattress was definitely depressed, like someone was sitting on it. I could see the indentation clearly, and when I moved my foot toward that area, I encountered resistance, like there was an invisible body taking up space on my bed. Then I felt something touch my forehead. Fingers, cold, thin fingers tracing symbols or letters on my skin. The touch was gentle, but unmistakably real, like someone was writing something on my forehead with their fingertip. The sensation continued for maybe 20 seconds. These invisible fingers drawing patterns on my skin that I couldn't interpret. The touch was so cold that it almost burned, like having ice pressed against my forehead. I was too terrified to move or speak. I just lay there frozen while whatever was on my bed continued tracing symbols on my skin. Then suddenly the weight on the mattress disappeared and the touching stopped. I immediately got up and turned on all the lights, then ran to the bathroom to look at my forehead in the mirror. There were red marks on my skin, faint but visible, forming letters or symbols that I didn't recognize. They looked like they'd been drawn with something sharp, not deep enough to break the skin, but clear enough to see. I grabbed my phone and took pictures of the marks on my forehead, then watched as they faded over the next few minutes until they were completely gone. But the photos showed nothing. Just my normal forehead, no marks, no symbols, like nothing had happened. When I woke up the next morning, I was starting to question my own sanity. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Was the stress of living alone in a foreign country causing me to hallucinate? But I knew what I'd experienced was real. I'd felt those cold fingers on my skin, seen the marks in the mirror, felt the weight of someone sitting on my bed. I decided I needed to research the history of my apartment and the building to see if there was any explanation for what I was experiencing. At the local library, I found records going back to the 1800s, including some documents about the building where I was living. Most of the information was pretty routine, just property transfers and tax records. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. In the early 1800s, during the Portuguese Inquisition, a woman had been accused of witchcraft and had lived in my building. According to the records, she'd been arrested, interrogated, and tortured before being burned in one of the public squares. But here's the part that really scared me. The torture had taken place in the building itself, in the same apartment I was renting. The Inquisition authorities had used her home as a place to extract confessions and gather evidence of her alleged supernatural practices. The woman had died from her injuries before they could execute her publicly, and her body had been burned in the courtyard behind the building. The records included some details about the torture methods used, including descriptions of symbols and letters being carved into the victim's forehead as part of the interrogation process. I realized that what I'd felt that night, those cold fingers tracing symbols on my skin, was probably a recreation of what had been done to this woman centuries ago in my own bedroom. That evening, I tried to contact the woman's spirit directly. I know it sounds crazy, but I felt like she'd been trying to communicate with me, and maybe if I acknowledged her presence, I could help her find peace, or at least understand what she wanted. I sat in my bedroom and spoke out loud, telling her that I knew about what had happened to her, that I was sorry for the injustice she'd suffered, and that I wanted to help if I could. Almost immediately, the temperature in the room dropped noticeably. I could see my breath in small puffs, and the windows started fogging up like there was suddenly a lot more moisture in the air. Then I heard a voice, faint but definitely female, speaking in what sounded like old Portuguese that I could barely understand. She was trying to tell me something about the people who had tortured her, about secrets they'd buried in the building, about justice that had never been served. I strained to understand what she was saying, but the language was too archaic and her voice was too weak for me to make out more than a few words. But then she said something that I understood perfectly, in modern Portuguese that was clear and unmistakable. They are still here. And the temperature in the room dropped even further, and I started shivering uncontrollably. The voice continued, telling me that the men who had tortured and killed her had never left the building, that their spirits were trapped there just like hers was. She said they were the ones moving my belongings, opening my windows and doors, watching me in the shower. They were still trying to control and intimidate women, even after death. But she also said that my presence in the apartment had somehow awakened her spirit and given her strength she hadn't had for centuries. She'd been trying to protect me from them, but she needed my help to finally drive them out. I asked what I could do, and she told me to look behind the tiles in my bathroom, in the corner where I always saw the silhouette through the shower glass. The next morning, I carefully pried off one of the azulejo tiles from that corner of the bathroom. Behind it, I found a small cavity in the wall containing what looked like old documents and some metal objects that might have been torture instruments. The papers were in terrible condition, but I could make out enough to understand that they were confessions extracted during Inquisition interrogations, confessions that had probably been forced through torture and intimidation. I also found personal items that had likely belonged to the woman who'd been killed in my apartment. A small mirror, some jewelry, and what looked like religious items that had probably been used as evidence of her supposed witchcraft. I gathered everything I'd found and took it to a local church, where I explained the situation to a priest who specialized in historical research. He confirmed that the documents and objects were from the Inquisition period and said he would ensure they were properly handled and, if possible, returned to any surviving family members. He also performed a blessing on the items and said prayers for the souls of everyone who had died in connection with those objects. That night, I felt the woman's presence in my apartment one more time. But instead of the cold, fearful energy I'd experienced before, there was a sense of peace and gratitude. She appeared to me as a translucent figure standing by my bedroom window, and for the first time I could see her face clearly. She was younger than I'd expected, probably only in her 20s when she died, with kind eyes that showed intelligence and strength despite everything she'd endured. She smiled at me and said, "Thank you," in perfect English, then faded away. After that night, the strange incidents in my apartment stopped completely. No more moved objects, no more opened windows, no more silhouettes in my shower. The apartment felt normal for the first time since I'd moved in. I stayed for the full 6 months as planned, and the rest of my time in Lisbon was peaceful and productive. I never experienced anything supernatural again, and I felt like I'd somehow helped bring justice to a woman who'd been wronged centuries earlier. But sometimes, especially when I'm in old buildings or places with dark histories, I remember that woman's face and the gratitude in her eyes when she finally found peace. I learned that the past doesn't always stay buried, and that sometimes the dead need help from the living to resolve injustices that have been ignored for too long. I also learned that not all supernatural experiences are meant to frighten you. Sometimes they're requests for help from people who have no other way to seek the justice they were denied in life. That woman in my Lisbon apartment taught me that the spirits of the wronged don't always move on quietly. Sometimes they wait, for decades or centuries, for someone who's willing to listen to their story and help them find the peace they deserve. Story 13. My family inherited this old fazenda in the interior of Minas Gerais from my great-uncle who died without any kids. None of us had ever been there before, and honestly, we weren't even sure we wanted to keep the property. But my parents decided we should at least visit during the holidays to see what condition it was in before deciding whether to sell it or try to fix it up. The fazenda was about 3 hours' drive from Belo Horizonte, down these winding dirt roads that got narrower and more isolated the further you went from the main highway. When we finally arrived, I could see why my great-uncle had lived there alone for so many years. The place was completely cut off from civilization, surrounded by rolling hills and forest as far as you could see. The main house was typical of those old colonial fazendas, built sometime in the 1800s, with thick walls made of taipa, small windows, and a red tile roof that had probably been repaired dozens of times over the decades. It was bigger than I'd expected, with multiple bedrooms, a large kitchen, and this huge main room with wooden furniture that looked like it hadn't been moved in 50 years. But what really caught my attention was the basement. My dad found the entrance behind the kitchen, a heavy wooden door that opened onto stone steps leading down into darkness. The steps were worn smooth from centuries of use, and the air coming up from below smelled musty and damp, with this underlying scent that I couldn't identify but didn't like. When we first explored the basement with flashlights, it was clear that it had been used as storage for decades. There were old farming tools, broken furniture, and piles of junk that my great-uncle had probably been accumulating for years. But as we looked around more carefully, we realized the basement was much older and had a much darker history than just storage. The walls were made of rough stone, and there were metal rings embedded in them at about chest height, connected to lengths of rusted chain that hung down to the floor. In some places, you could see scratches in the stone that looked like they'd been made by fingernails, desperate gouges that someone had clawed into the walls. My dad explained that during the colonial period, this basement had probably been used as a senzala, the slave quarters where enslaved people were kept on sugar and coffee plantations. The chains and rings were restraints, and those scratch marks in the walls were evidence of the suffering that had taken place down there. It was horrifying to think about, but we figured it was just historical artifacts from a terrible period in Brazil's past. We planned to have the basement cleaned out and maybe converted into a more modern storage area or workshop. From our very first night in the house, we heard strange noises coming from the basement. It started around 11 p.m., just as we were getting ready for bed. The sound of chains dragging across stone, slow and deliberate, like someone was walking around down there with shackles on their feet. The dragging would continue for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, then stop abruptly. Sometimes it would start up again an hour later, sometimes not until the next night. My parents tried to rationalize it as the old house settling, or maybe rats moving around the chains and making noise. But the sound was too regular, too rhythmic to be caused by animals or structural settling. On our second night, my cousin decided to investigate. He took a flashlight and went down into the basement while the rest of us waited upstairs, listening to his footsteps on the stone stairs. He was down there for maybe 5 minutes when we heard him call out that he'd found something. When he came back up, he was carrying this old iron door key and said he'd discovered a room at the back of the basement that we hadn't noticed during our first exploration. The door was partially hidden behind some old wooden crates, and it had been locked for who knows how many years. But the key he'd found fit perfectly, and when he opened it, he said the smell that came out was so bad it almost made him sick. The hidden room was small, maybe 8 feet by 10 feet, with stone walls on 3 sides and what looked like iron bars where the 4th wall should have been. It was clearly a cell, a place where people had been imprisoned and probably tortured. The floor was stained with dark patches that looked like dried blood, and there were more of those desperate scratch marks in the walls. But what really disturbed my cousin was that the chains in this room weren't empty. There were shackles still attached to the walls, corroded and brittle with age, but clearly visible. When he told us about the hidden cell, we all felt sick. It was one thing to know intellectually that terrible things had happened in old plantation houses, but seeing the actual physical evidence made it real in a way that was hard to handle. We decided to leave the door to that room locked and not go back down there unless we absolutely had to. But the noises from the basement continued every night, and they were getting worse. Instead of just chains dragging, we started hearing what sounded like voices. Not clear enough to understand words, but definitely human voices speaking in whispers or moans that carried up through the floorboards. Sometimes it sounded like multiple people having conversations, other times like someone crying or calling out in pain. The sounds were always muffled and distant, but they were clearly coming from directly below whatever room we were sitting in. On our 4th night at the fazenda, my younger sister woke up screaming around 2 a.m. She said she'd seen people standing at the foot of her bed. Multiple figures, men and women, wearing ragged clothes and chains around their wrists and ankles. Their skin was grey and their eyes were white, like they'd been dead for a long time. According to my sister, they weren't threatening her or trying to hurt her. They were just standing there looking at her with these expressions of incredible sadness and desperation, like they were trying to tell her something but couldn't speak. She said one of them, a young woman with scars on her face, had pointed toward the floor and then toward the basement, like she was trying to show my sister something downstairs. My parents tried to convince her it was just a nightmare brought on by stress and all the talk about the dark history of the house. But my sister insisted it had been real, that these people had been as solid and visible as any living person. The next morning, we found muddy footprints on the wooden floor of my sister's bedroom. Not shoe prints, but bare footprints, like someone had been walking around with wet, dirty feet. The prints led from the doorway to the foot of the bed, then back toward the door, exactly matching the path my sister had described the figures taking. But nobody in our family had been in her room with bare feet, and none of us had been outside in the mud. Plus, the footprints looked old, like they'd been made in dirt that had dried and caked onto someone's feet years ago. That's when we realized we weren't just dealing with historical artifacts or our imaginations. There was definitely some kind of supernatural presence in that house, connected to the people who had suffered and died in the basement. My dad wanted to pack up and leave immediately, but my cousin insisted on going back down to the hidden cell one more time. He said maybe there was something down there that could help us understand what these spirits wanted or how to help them find peace. Against my parents' objections, my cousin and I went down to the basement together that afternoon. We unlocked the hidden door and shined our flashlights into the small cell, looking for anything we might have missed during the first investigation. At first, everything looked the same as before. Stone walls, bloodstains, scratch marks, rusty chains. But then my cousin noticed something carved into the stone near the floor in one corner. It was hard to make out because the carving was shallow and worn, but it looked like names or initials scratched into the wall by someone who'd been imprisoned there. We could make out maybe a dozen different sets of markings, some in Portuguese, others in what might have been African languages or symbols. As we were trying to decipher the carvings, we heard footsteps on the basement stairs. Heavy, deliberate footsteps, like multiple people coming down the stone steps together. We called out, thinking it was my parents or my sister coming to check on us. But when we looked toward the staircase, nobody was there. The footsteps continued descending, but we couldn't see anyone making them. Then we heard voices, much clearer than the muffled sounds we'd been hearing from upstairs. People talking in Portuguese, but in an old dialect that was hard to understand. They sounded agitated, like they were arguing or pleading about something. The voices were coming from all around us, like the basement was suddenly full of invisible people having multiple conversations at once. Some sounded angry, others sad, all of them urgent and desperate. My cousin and I backed toward the stairs, ready to run if things got more intense. But as we were leaving the cell, I felt someone grab my wrist. The grip was firm and cold, definitely a human hand, but when I looked down, I couldn't see anything touching me. The invisible hand held me for maybe 3 seconds, long enough for me to feel the texture of the skin and the shape of the fingers, then released me. We ran up the basement stairs, faster than I've ever moved in my life, and slammed the door behind us. When we told my parents what had happened, that was it. We packed our bags immediately and drove back to Belo Horizonte that same day. Before we left, my dad contacted a local historian to ask about the history of our fazenda. What we learned made everything we'd experienced even more disturbing. During the colonial period, the plantation had been owned by a family known for being particularly brutal to their enslaved workers. According to historical records, dozens of people had died on the property from overwork, malnutrition, and violent punishment. The historian said the basement cell we'd discovered had been used not just for imprisonment, but for torture and execution. Enslaved people who tried to escape or were accused of rebellion would be taken down there and subjected to horrific punishments that often resulted in death. The worst part was that many of the bodies hadn't been given proper burials. They'd been thrown into unmarked graves somewhere on the property, denied the dignity and religious rites that might have helped their spirits find peace. The historian suggested that what we'd experienced was probably the spirits of people who had died violently on the property and were still trapped there, unable to move on because of the trauma they'd endured and the lack of proper burial rites. He recommended that we contact the Catholic Church or maybe some practitioners of Afro-Brazilian religions like Candomblé or Umbanda, who would know how to perform the appropriate ceremonies to help these spirits find peace. But my family was too shaken by what we'd experienced to want to go back to the fazenda for any kind of ritual or ceremony. We ended up selling the property to a development company that planned to tear down the old house and build something modern. I've always felt guilty about that decision, like maybe we abandoned those spirits who had been trying to communicate with us. Maybe they needed our help to finally get the recognition and respect they'd been denied for centuries. Sometimes I wonder if tearing down the house freed them, or if it just scattered them to other places where they continue to wander without peace. All I know is that spending those 4 nights in that fazenda changed my understanding of history and the supernatural. Those weren't just scary ghost stories or figments of our imagination. Those were real people who had suffered real trauma, and their pain was so intense that it survived death and continued to echo through the centuries. The scratch marks in the stone walls, the chains still hanging from the ceiling, the bloodstains on the floor, all of it was evidence of human beings who had been treated as property instead of people. And their spirits were still crying out for acknowledgement, for justice, for the basic human dignity they'd been denied in life. I still think about that young woman my sister saw, the one with scars on her face who pointed toward the basement. I think she was trying to tell us about the other people buried somewhere on that property, the ones whose graves were never marked and whose names were never recorded. Maybe someday I'll go back to that area and try to find where the fazenda used to be. Maybe I'll bring flowers or say a prayer for all the people who died there without anyone to mourn them, because I learned that the dead don't always rest quietly, especially when they've been victims of injustice. Sometimes they wait for decades or centuries for someone to listen to their story and acknowledge their suffering. And sometimes, when you're brave enough to listen, you realize that the scariest ghost stories are the ones that are actually true. Story 14. I was part of a photography expedition through the Carpathian Mountains in Romania when this happened. There were 4 of us, all amateur photographers who'd met through an online forum dedicated to urban exploration and abandoned places. We'd planned this trip for months, researching locations and coordinating our schedules to spend 2 weeks exploring some of the most remote and historically significant ruins in Eastern Europe. The weather had been perfect for the first week of our trip. Clear skies, mild temperatures, and excellent lighting for the dramatic shots we were hoping to capture. We'd already photographed several abandoned castles, a derelict mining town, and this incredible ruined bridge that dated back to medieval times. But on our 8th day, we were hiking through a particularly isolated section of the mountains when storm clouds started gathering faster than we'd expected. The temperature dropped about 20 degrees in the span of an hour, and we could see lightning in the distance heading our direction. We needed shelter immediately, and we were at least 3 hours from the nearest village where we'd left our car. That's when my colleague spotted the monastery. It was tucked into a valley between 2 hills, partially hidden by overgrown trees and vegetation. From a distance, it looked like it was in decent condition, with most of the roof intact and the stone walls still standing. Not exactly the kind of place you'd expect to find in the middle of nowhere, but we weren't in a position to be picky. As we got closer, we could see that the monastery had been abandoned for a long time. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, the wooden doors were rotting and falling off their hinges, and there were holes in the roof where tiles had fallen off over the years. But the main chapel still had a solid roof, and it was big enough for all 4 of us to spread out our sleeping bags and wait for the storm to pass. We figured we'd stay there overnight and continue our hike in the morning once the weather cleared. The chapel was actually pretty impressive inside, even in its ruined state. The walls were covered with faded frescoes that must have been beautiful when they were first painted. You could still make out religious scenes and figures of saints, though most of the colors had faded to browns and grays. There were a few broken wooden pews scattered around, and at the front of the chapel was this ornate altar that was mostly intact. The whole place had this solemn, peaceful atmosphere that made you want to speak in whispers. We set up our sleeping bags between the old pews and shared some trail mix and energy bars for dinner. Outside, we could hear the storm getting closer, with thunder rolling through the mountains and wind starting to pick up. Around 11 p.m., the rain finally started. Not just a light drizzle, but a heavy downpour that hammered against the chapel roof and poured through the holes where tiles were missing. We had to move our gear to avoid the leaks, but overall, we were grateful to be inside instead of camping in the storm. I fell asleep pretty easily, despite the unfamiliar surroundings. The sound of rain on the roof was actually kind of soothing, and I was exhausted from hiking all day with a heavy camera pack. But around midnight, I woke up to a different sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind howling through the ruins, but as I listened more carefully, I realized it was singing. Specifically, it sounded like Gregorian chant, that deep rhythmic singing that monks do during religious services. The sound was coming from somewhere below us, like there was a basement or crypt under the chapel where people were holding a service. The voices were all male, probably 6 or 8 men, singing in unison, and the acoustics made it sound like it was coming from right underneath where we were sleeping. I looked around and saw that my colleague was also awake. sitting up in his sleeping bag and listening to the same sounds I was hearing. We didn't want to wake the other two guys if they were managing to sleep through it, so we whispered to each other about what we thought we were hearing. My colleague suggested maybe there were local villagers who still used the monastery for religious ceremonies, and we'd just happened to show up on a night when they were holding a service. That made sense in a way, but it seemed weird that anyone would hike all the way out to this remote location in the middle of a thunderstorm just to sing in a ruined basement. The chanting continued for maybe 20 minutes, then stopped as abruptly as it had started. We waited to see if we'd hear footsteps or voices of people leaving, but the chapel went back to just the sounds of rain and thunder. My colleague and I decided to investigate. We grabbed our flashlights and started looking around the chapel for any stairs or entrance that might lead to a lower level. At the back of the chapel, behind the altar, we found a narrow stone staircase that descended into darkness. The stairs were worn smooth by centuries of use, and the air coming up from below was noticeably colder than the temperature in the main chapel. We started down the stairs carefully, using our flashlights to watch for loose stones or holes that might cause us to trip. The staircase curved as it descended, and after maybe 20 steps, it opened into what was clearly a crypt. The room was larger than I'd expected, with stone columns supporting a vaulted ceiling and niches carved into the walls that probably held bodies or religious artifacts at one point. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs, and our flashlight beams revealed old wooden benches, arranged in rows, facing what looked like a small altar at the far end. But here's what was really strange. There were candles burning throughout the crypt. Not electric lights or modern candles, but old-fashioned taper candles stuck into metal holders that were mounted on the walls and columns. The flames were flickering in the draft from the staircase, casting dancing shadows on the frescoes that covered the walls down there. The frescoes in the crypt were in much better condition than the ones upstairs, with rich colors that looked like they'd been painted recently instead of centuries ago. They depicted religious scenes, but they were more intense and dramatic than typical church art. Lots of angels and demons, scenes of judgment and punishment, figures in religious robes with expressions of ecstasy or terror. My colleague and I stood at the bottom of the stairs for a few minutes, just taking in the scene and trying to figure out how all those candles could be burning in a place that was supposed to be abandoned. The chanting started up again while we were down there. But this time it was louder and clearer, and we could tell it was coming from the crypt itself, not from somewhere else below us. The voices seemed to be coming from all around us, like the room was full of invisible monks singing in harmony. We shined our flashlights around the crypt, looking for any people who might be hiding behind the columns or in the shadowy areas our lights hadn't reached yet. But the place appeared to be completely empty, except for the burning candles and the sound of those voices. The chanting was hypnotic and beautiful, but also somehow unsettling. The melody was complex and otherworldly, and the words were in Latin that I couldn't understand. It felt like we were intruding on something sacred and private, something we weren't supposed to witness. Then all the candles went out at exactly the same time. Not gradually, like they'd been blown out by a breeze, but instantly, like someone had thrown a switch and cut off all the light in the crypt simultaneously. The only illumination left was from our flashlights, and suddenly the crypt felt much more menacing and claustrophobic. The chanting stopped when the candles went out, but it was replaced by something much worse. Heavy breathing, like multiple people panting or gasping for air all around us in the darkness. We could hear the breathing coming from different directions, sometimes close enough that it felt like someone was standing right next to us, sometimes from across the room, near the altar. But our flashlight beams showed nothing but empty space and stone columns. That's when my colleague grabbed my arm and pointed his flashlight toward one of the wall niches. There were figures standing in the carved recesses, monks wearing dark robes with hoods pulled up over their faces. They were perfectly still, like statues, but I could see them breathing. The fabric of their robes moved slightly with each breath, and I could see the shadows their bodies cast in the flashlight beam. But their faces were completely hidden in the shadows of their hoods, so deep and dark that our lights couldn't penetrate them. And when I tried to count how many figures there were, I kept getting different numbers. Sometimes I'd see 6 monks, sometimes 8, like they were moving between the niches when I wasn't looking directly at them. The breathing sounds got louder and more labored, like the monks were struggling to breathe or were in some kind of distress. And then I noticed that the eyes inside those hoods weren't just shadowed, they were glowing. Faint red light was coming from where their eyes should be, not bright like flashlight beams, but a dim, pulsing glow that reminded me of embers in a dying fire. My colleague and I backed toward the staircase, moving slowly so we wouldn't trip or make sudden movements that might provoke whatever we were dealing with. The monks remained motionless in their niches, but those red eyes tracked our movement, following us as we retreated. We made it to the stairs and started climbing as quickly as we dared, not wanting to fall, but desperate to get out of that crypt. Behind us, the heavy breathing continued, and I could swear I heard footsteps following us up the stone steps. When we reached the chapel, we woke up our other 2 colleagues and told them we needed to leave immediately. They were groggy and confused, but the terror in our voices convinced them this wasn't a joke or false alarm. We packed our gear in record time and headed for the chapel door, ready to brave the thunderstorm rather than spend another minute in that monastery. But when we tried to open the chapel door, it wouldn't budge. Not like it was locked, but like something incredibly heavy was pressed against it from the outside, preventing us from pushing it open. We all put our shoulders against the door and pushed as hard as we could, but it felt like trying to move a brick wall. Whatever was holding the door closed was much stronger than 4 grown men working together. That's when we heard the chanting start up again, but this time it was coming from inside the chapel with us. The voices were all around us, echoing off the stone walls and vaulted ceiling, like the entire chapel was filled with invisible monks performing some kind of ritual. The sound was overwhelming, much louder than it had been in the crypt, and the Latin words seemed to reverberate inside our heads. We huddled together in the center of the chapel, back to back, shining our flashlights in all directions and looking for the source of the voices. But the chapel appeared empty, except for the 4 of us and our scattered gear. The chanting grew more intense, more urgent, and I started to feel dizzy and nauseous. The air in the chapel felt thick and hard to breathe, like the oxygen was being sucked out of the room. My colleague, who'd been down in the crypt with me, started pointing at the walls and shouting that he could see the monks. When I looked where he was pointing, I saw them too. They were emerging from the frescoes, stepping out of the painted religious scenes like they were doorways instead of flat images. Dozens of robed figures, all with those glowing red eyes, moving slowly around the perimeter of the chapel. They weren't walking normally, but gliding just above the floor, their robes flowing behind them like they were underwater. And as they moved, they were reaching out toward us with pale, skeletal hands that extended from the sleeves of their robes. The chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly every piece of equipment we'd brought started malfunctioning at the same time. Our flashlights flickered and dimmed, our camera batteries died instantly, and the GPS device one of us had been carrying started making this horrible shrieking sound. In the growing darkness, those red eyes got brighter and more numerous. I could see them floating around us in a circle, getting closer with each revolution. One of my colleagues started screaming and running toward the chapel door, throwing himself against it with all his strength. The impact knocked him backward, but something must have shifted, because when the rest of us joined him, the door suddenly gave way. We tumbled out into the storm, falling into the muddy courtyard as rain soaked through our clothes instantly, but we didn't care about getting wet. We grabbed our gear and ran from that monastery as fast as we could move in the darkness and rain. We didn't stop running until we reached the main trail, and even then we kept hiking through the storm until we made it back to our car around dawn. When we got back to civilization, We tried to research the monastery we'd found, but we couldn't locate any historical records that matched its description or location. It was like the place didn't officially exist. A local priest we spoke to in the nearest village went very pale when we described what we'd experienced. He said there were legends about a monastery that had been destroyed by fire 200 years ago, along with all the monks who lived there. According to the stories, the monks had been engaged in some kind of forbidden religious practices, rituals that went against church doctrine. When church authorities came to investigate, they found the monastery already burning, with all the monks trapped inside. The priest said the fire had been started during a religious war between different Christian factions, and the monks had been locked inside their own chapel by soldiers who considered them heretics. He also said that according to local folklore, the monastery still appeared to travelers who were lost in the mountains, offering shelter that turned into a trap for anyone foolish enough to spend the night there. We never found any official confirmation of these stories, but we also never found any other explanation for what we'd experienced that night. None of us ever went back to that area of the Carpathians, and we've never spoken publicly about what happened until now. The other guys on the expedition have asked me not to use their names if I ever told this story, and I've respected that request. But I still have nightmares about those glowing red eyes and the sound of that otherworldly chanting echoing through the ruined chapel. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear Gregorian chant coming from somewhere in my house, and I have to turn on all the lights and check every room to convince myself I'm alone. I've never been able to explain what we encountered in that monastery, but I know it wasn't natural or normal. We stumbled into something that existed outside the regular world, something that had been waiting in that ruins for 2 centuries to trap visitors who couldn't escape before dawn. And sometimes I wonder if we really did escape, or if part of us is still there, trapped in that crypt with those glowing-eyed monks chanting in Latin for all eternity. Story 15. My boyfriend and I decided to spend the Corpus Christi holiday in Ouro Preto because I'd always wanted to see the historic colonial architecture, and he was into photography. We found this posada online that looked perfect for what we wanted, an authentic 18th century mansion that had been converted into a boutique hotel right in the heart of the old city. The photos on the website showed this beautiful colonial building with original Portuguese tiles, antique furniture, and these gorgeous rooms with high ceilings and period details. The price was reasonable for a holiday weekend, and the reviews were mostly positive, so we booked it without thinking too much about it. When we arrived in Ouro Preto, the city was everything I'd hoped it would be. Narrow cobblestone streets winding up and down the hills, Baroque churches with elaborate facades, colonial houses painted in bright colors with traditional Portuguese tiles. It felt like stepping back in time to the days when this was one of the wealthiest cities in Brazil because of all the gold mining. The posada was exactly as advertised from the outside. A grand colonial mansion with thick stone walls, carved wooden balconies, and a heavy wooden door that must have been original to the building. When we walked inside, I was impressed by how well they'd preserved the historical character while updating it enough to function as a modern hotel. Our room was on the 2nd floor, accessed by a narrow staircase with worn wooden steps that creaked under our weight. The room itself was spacious and beautifully decorated with antique furniture that looked like it could have been there since the house was built. There was a massive wooden bed with carved posts, a dresser with intricate metalwork, and chairs that were probably worth more than my car. But the centerpiece of the room was this enormous Venetian mirror that took up most of one wall. It was probably 6 feet tall and 4 feet wide, with an ornate silver frame that had definitely seen better days. The glass was old and slightly warped, giving reflections this dreamy, ethereal quality that was actually kind of charming. We spent our first day exploring the city, visiting churches, taking photos, and soaking up the atmosphere of this incredible historic place. By evening, we were exhausted from walking up and down all those steep streets, so we came back to the Posada early and just relaxed in our room. That's when I first noticed something weird about the mirror. I was sitting on the bed reading while my boyfriend was in the bathroom, and I happened to glance at the mirror across the room. My reflection was there like normal, but for just a second, it looked like my reflection was doing something different than what I was actually doing. I was sitting still with a book in my lap, but my reflection appeared to be moving slightly, like swaying back and forth. When I looked more directly at the mirror, everything seemed normal, so I figured it was just the warped glass creating an optical illusion. But then it happened again, about 20 minutes later. I was brushing my hair, and in the mirror, my reflection seemed to be smiling while I definitely wasn't. Not a big smile, just a slight upturn of the lips that didn't match my actual expression. I called my boyfriend over to look, but by the time he came out of the bathroom, my reflection was perfectly normal. He suggested maybe the old glass was playing tricks with the light, or maybe I was just tired from all the walking we'd done. That first night I had trouble sleeping because I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Every time I'd start to drift off, I'd get this prickly sensation on the back of my neck, like eyes were staring at me from somewhere in the room. Around 3:30 in the morning, I woke up feeling really uneasy and looked toward the mirror. In the dim light coming through the window, I could see my reflection lying in bed, but something was wrong with it. My reflection was sitting up in bed, even though I was lying down. It was looking directly at me, with this expression I'd never seen on my own face before, not angry or threatening, but intensely curious, like it was studying me. I sat up in bed to see what would happen, and my reflection remained sitting, but now it was the same position I was in. Everything seemed normal again, so I convinced myself I'd been dreaming or seeing things in the dark. The next morning, I mentioned the weird mirror incidents to my boyfriend, and he admitted he'd noticed some strange things too. He'd been shaving and thought he saw his reflection wave at him when he definitely hadn't moved his hand. But like me, he chalked it up to the old glass and weird lighting. We decided to ignore it and focus on enjoying our vacation. We spent the second day visiting more churches and museums, and we had dinner at this amazing restaurant that served traditional Minas Gerais cuisine. It was a perfect day, and by the time we got back to the Posada, I'd almost forgotten about the mirror weirdness. But that second night, things escalated dramatically. We were getting ready for bed around 10 p.m. when we started hearing music coming from somewhere else in the building. Not modern music, but what sounded like classical harpsichord or piano, the kind of music that would have been played in wealthy colonial homes during the 18th century. Along with the music, we could hear voices, like people having conversations and laughing. It sounded like there was a party going on somewhere in the Posada, which seemed weird because we hadn't seen any other guests during our stay. My boyfriend went downstairs to ask the front desk about the noise, but when he came back, he said the main floor was completely dark and empty. The desk clerk had gone home for the night, and there was no sign of any party or gathering, but we could still hear the music and voices clearly, coming from what seemed like the floor directly below us. We tried to ignore it and go to sleep, but the sounds continued until almost 2 in the morning. Not loud enough to be really disruptive, but constant enough that it was hard to relax. When we finally did fall asleep, I had vivid dreams about colonial-era people dancing in the main room of the Posada, men in formal coats and women in elaborate gowns, all moving to harpsichord music while servants carried trays of wine and food. The dream was incredibly detailed and realistic, like I was actually there watching this party from centuries ago. I could smell candle wax and perfume, hear the rustling of silk dresses and the clink of wine glasses. When I woke up the next morning, I could still smell that candle wax scent in our room, even though we hadn't lit any candles. The third day of our trip was when everything went completely wrong. We'd been out most of the day visiting some of the gold mines that were open for tours, and we came back to the Posada around 6 p.m. to rest before dinner. When we walked into our room, there were muddy footprints on the wooden floor that definitely hadn't been there when we left. The footprints were small, like they'd been made by a woman wearing delicate shoes, and they led from the door to the mirror, then back toward the bed. The mud looked fresh, like someone had just walked through the room with dirty feet. But here's the thing that really scared us. The footprints stopped right in front of the mirror, like whoever made them had walked up to it and then just vanished. We called the front desk to report that someone had been in our room, but the desk clerk insisted that only housekeeping had access to the rooms, and they always removed their shoes before entering guest quarters. He came up to look at the footprints and seemed genuinely puzzled. He said housekeeping had cleaned our room that morning around 10 a.m. and nobody else should have been inside since then. The clerk offered to have the room cleaned again, but we decided to just wipe up the mud ourselves and try to put the incident behind us. That evening, we went to dinner at a restaurant recommended by the Posada, and we had a great time eating traditional food and listening to live Brazilian music. For a few hours, we forgot about all the weird stuff that had been happening. But when we got back to our room around 11 p.m., the temperature inside felt like it had dropped 20 degrees. It was a warm night, and the rest of the building felt normal, but our room was so cold we could see our breath. The windows were closed, the air conditioning wasn't running, and there was no explanation for why it would be so frigid in just that one room. We got under the covers to try to warm up, but the cold seemed to seep right through the blankets. It wasn't just cold air, but this bone-deep chill that made our teeth chatter and our hands go numb. That's when I noticed the mirror. The surface was fogging up, like when you take a hot shower and the bathroom mirror gets steamed. But it was fogging from the inside, like warm breath was hitting the glass from behind it. As we watched, letters started appearing in the fog on the mirror. Not random marks, but actual words being written by an invisible finger on the glass surface. The first word that appeared was "help," written in shaky capitals across the center of the mirror. My boyfriend and I just stared at it, not believing what we were seeing. Then more words started appearing below the first one. "Trapped" appeared next, followed by "so long," and then "please." The words were being written by someone or something on the other side of the mirror, like there was a person standing in a reverse version of our room, writing messages on their side of the glass for us to read. I was too scared to move, but my boyfriend got up and approached the mirror cautiously. When he got close, more words appeared. "Don't leave" was written near the bottom of the mirror, and then "need you" appeared right at eye level. My boyfriend reached out to touch the glass, and the moment his finger made contact with the mirror surface, it felt soft and liquid, like the glass had turned into water. His finger went through the mirror about an inch before he jerked his hand back in shock. When he pulled his finger out, it was dripping with something that looked like water, but felt ice cold and had this metallic smell. That's when I saw something that made me scream. There was a face in the mirror, but not our reflections. It was a woman with long dark hair and pale skin, wearing what looked like an 18th century dress with a high collar and puffy sleeves. She was looking directly at us with these desperate eyes, and her mouth was moving like she was trying to speak, but no sound was coming through the mirror. Then she pressed her hands against the glass from her side, and I could see the outline of her palms and fingers pushing against the surface, making it bulge outward like a soap bubble. The glass started stretching and warping as she pushed against it, and I realized she was trying to break through into our room. My boyfriend grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the door, but before we could get out of the room, I felt something grab my other arm. Cold fingers wrapped around my wrist, and when I looked back, I saw a pale hand extending out of the mirror, reaching into our room. The woman's arm was coming through the glass like it was liquid, stretching toward me with desperate strength. I tried to pull away, but her grip was incredibly strong, and she was dragging me backward toward the mirror. I could feel myself being pulled off balance, stumbling toward the warped glass surface. My boyfriend grabbed me around the waist and pulled as hard as he could in the opposite direction, and for maybe 10 seconds I was caught in this horrible tug-of-war between the living and whatever was in that mirror. The cold hand around my wrist felt like it was freezing my skin, and I could see more of the woman's body starting to emerge from the mirror. Her face was coming through, distorted by the liquid glass, with her mouth open in a silent scream. Then my boyfriend managed to pull me free, and we both stumbled backward toward the door. The moment the woman's grip broke, she was sucked back into the mirror like she'd been pulled by some invisible force. But the glass didn't return to normal. It was still warped and rippling, and I could see the woman on the other side, pressing her whole body against the surface and trying to break through again. We ran out of that room and down the stairs as fast as we could move, not stopping until we reached the main lobby. The night clerk was there, and when he saw how panicked we were, he called the manager immediately. When we explained what had happened, the manager's expression went from skeptical to deeply troubled. He said we weren't the first guests to report problems with that particular room and that mirror. He told us the room had originally belonged to a baroness who lived in the house during the colonial period. According to local legend, she'd been accused of witchcraft and had died under mysterious circumstances in that very room. The mirror had belonged to her, and guests had been reporting strange incidents involving it for years. People seeing things that weren't there, reflections that moved independently, and some guests claimed they'd been physically attacked by something that came out of the glass. The manager said they'd been planning to remove the mirror for months, but every time they tried to take it down, workers would get injured or refuse to continue the job. Some said the mirror was too heavy to move. Others claimed it was somehow attached to the wall in a way that couldn't be undone. He immediately moved us to a different room and refunded half our money, but the damage was done. We barely slept for the rest of the night, and we checked out first thing in the morning instead of staying for our planned third night. Before we left, I asked the manager what had happened to the baroness who owned the mirror. He said according to historical records, she'd been found dead in front of the mirror in 1822, with marks around her neck that suggested she'd been strangled. But here's the part that gave me chills. The investigators at the time had noted that the marks on her neck appeared to come from inside the mirror, like hands had reached out of the glass to kill her. The official cause of death was listed as suicide, but the local people believed she'd been murdered by some supernatural force that lived in the mirror. 6 months after our trip, I heard from a friend who worked in tourism that the Posada had permanently closed that room and put the mirror in storage. Apparently, the incident with us had been the final straw, and they couldn't risk having other guests attacked by whatever was living in that glass. I still have nightmares about that woman's face pressed against the mirror and the feeling of those ice-cold fingers wrapped around my wrist. Sometimes I wake up thinking I can hear 18th century music playing somewhere in my house, and I have to check every mirror to make sure there's nothing looking back at me from the other side. I've never been able to explain what we experienced in that room, but I know it was real. That mirror wasn't just reflecting our images, it was serving as some kind of doorway between our world and wherever that baroness was trapped. And sometimes, late at night, I wonder if we really escaped, or if part of me is still in that room, looking back at myself through every mirror I encounter, trying to find a way home.